Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26 Pushan, paying homage to the mountain. At the same time, outside Songshan, in a small town a few miles away, the Pushan Shaolin temple group that had arrived at Songshan 3 days ago did not climb the mountain directly, but stayed in this small town. They thought they were going to rest for a day and get enough energy. But who would have thought that they would stay there for 3 days? The Buddhist disciple in white walked into his master's meditation room and said, "Master, the people are here. Is it here?" "Yes." "Chenkang, are you complaining?" "No." "Really?" "Master, I understand." Monk Yuxin took a deep breath and was silent for a moment. "Gather everyone and go up the mountain." "Yes." Songshan Shaolin Temple. Take a look. Looking at the message sent back by his disciples, Monk Xianjian handed the content to Xianwen and others. After reading the content, Xianwen frowned slightly. He obviously arrived at Songshan, but he stayed in the town for 3 whole days. Now he is setting off again. What is the purpose of this Monk Yuxin? After more than 10 days, it was naturally clear who came from Pushan. The head of Pushan Shaolin Bodhi Temple, Monk Yuxin. Monk Xiangxing said, "I have heard of this Monk Yuxin's deeds. He is a person who is devoted to Buddhism. He has never fought with anyone for more than 30 years. He can be said to be an orthodox Buddhist practitioner." For a moment, everyone in the hall frowned. A person who should not appear with a team that should not come. It is even more weird. Wait, we have reached the foot of the mountain. No matter what the other party thinks, what should come will come. For a moment, the whole main hall was silent, and everyone closed their eyes and waited quietly. At the same time, on the other side, looking at Xuanzi with an expectant look in his eyes, Li Su finally nodded and agreed to his request for a fight. It has been more than 10 days, and now only Xuanzi and Xuanqing have not fought. Xuanzi showed a big smile on his face, jumped up, and landed in the middle of the field. With a wave of his hands, he was in the starting position of the dragon capturing technique. Xuanan and others also stopped and looked at the center. Apart from Xuancheng, Xuanci is undoubtedly the second strongest among them, and this second is not just barely strong, but once Xuanci is serious, they will definitely lose. Now Li Su has caught up. Although the battle ended in a draw with everyone, both Xuanji and Xuanbei can feel that Li Su rarely attacks in the battle and is more defensive. Therefore, a draw is no different from losing in a sense. They can't help but wonder, how strong is Li Su? After all, besides Xuancheng and Xuanci, the most popular person in Master Xianming is Li Su. No, sometimes the master's performance is better than the two of them. Xuanci doesn't say. Xuancheng's talent is there. Everyone knows it. Then what about Li Su? Walking to the center of the venue, Li Su took a deep breath. He has seen Luohan Fist, Vajra Palm, and powerful Vajra Palm. Vajra Finger is a lethal move, and there is no corresponding move, so Xuanji and Xuanku can't use it when sparring. Now it's just Xuancheng and Xuanci's dragon capture skill, which have not been matched yet. Set up your stance, and start with a soft palm. The moment their eyes met, Xuanci moved. As expected of being the number one under Xuancheng, Li Su felt great pressure. As soon as he started, he stretched out his hands and used 2 dragon catching moves at the same time, one in front and one behind, rushing to kill. Li Su took a breath and began to switch between the 6 styles of soft palm, also using both hands and 2 styles. Bang bang. As soon as they started fighting, Li Su's heart tightened. He changed his soft palm, which was only halfway through, and then changed his moves, wrapping his hands and pushing his hands. His strength changed, and he didn't fight Xuanci head on. Xuanci's eyes lit up. In normal battles, even with Xuancheng, the two basically fought head on. Li Su's way of not fighting head on was undoubtedly unique. Interesting. Block the river and lock the dragon. The hands that were blocked by Li Su swung their elbows, drew a circle, and hung back upside down, grabbing Li Su's hands. Li Su's pupils shrank, and he instantly exerted his strength, and the soft palm was scattered, and he swept Zhu Nci's claws with the back of his hand. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Vajra force in Zhu Nci's dragon capture technique suddenly erupted. Stunned. 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 Even Li Su could not withstand this huge force, staggering backwards, and the back of his hand was in pain. Zhu Nci raised his eyebrows, showing a look of surprise on his face. Instead of chasing, he stopped and kept moving his 10 fingers back and forth. Is this soft power? He was going to take advantage of the situation, but he didn't expect Li Su to retreat. The huge force on his fingers made his hands feel numb. Li Su lowered his head and took a look at the back of his hand, which was already red. With the protection of the Ahad's true energy and the soft palm force, the attack of this Vajra force was really amazing. Come again. Zhu Nci smiled and rushed forward again. Li Su took a breath, raised his soft palm, and did not dare to be careless in his heart, and tried his best. Bang, bang, bang. In just a cup of tea, the two had fought dozens of times. One was strong and fierce, and the dragon capture technique was indestructible. One is to change as one wishes, and the changes of the Manzang are unpredictable. After more than a dozen moves, Zhu Nci suddenly jumped back and shouted, "No more fighting, no more fighting. Zhu Nkang, what's the matter with your Manzang? I've almost finished a set of the dragon capturing technique, and you actually have a new move." Li Su exhaled and slowly closed the form. He is indeed worthy of being the future abbot of Shaolin Temple. If the series of events during the Xianlang period had not happened, this martial arts talent would definitely be the top notch. He took out the charcoal pencil and was about to write. At this moment, a thunderous sound exploded in the sky. Asterisk 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 at the foot of the Shaolin Temple, Master Kuxin, who came with his team, stood in front of the mountain gate of the Songshan Shaolin Temple. Unexpectedly, he did not notify anyone, but put his palms together, and then the strong Shaoang boyish energy burst out. Kuxin, the head of the Bodhi Temple of Pushan Shaolin Temple, comes to pay homage to the mountain. The sound was like thunder, shaking all directions. In an instant, whether it was Abbot Qianjian and others in the main hall, or Zuansheng and others, their faces changed drastically. Paying respect to the mountain, this is not a good word, it is a provocation. It means to start a war. Pushan Shaolin Temple. How could it be? Zuanxi and others showed a bewildered look on their faces. Amitabha. Abbot Qianjian clasped his hands together, and Qianwen, Xiangxing, and even Qianming could not help but show anger on their faces. Master Kuxin, what exactly do you want to do? Chapter 27. Coming for the Vajra indestructible divine power. Pushan worshipped the mountain, and in an instant, the whole Shaolin temple was in action. The disciples of the Zuan generation stood up one after another, and the older ones couldn't help showing a look of shock and anger on their faces. In the Luohan hall, the lay disciples were also angry, and they picked up their weapons, and rushed out of the mountain gate. Worshipping the mountain is equal to a challenge. Xianjian and others naturally couldn't sit still. It was obviously impossible to invite them to the main hall after worshipping the mountain. Xianjian and others stood up and headed out of the mountain gate. Soon, a large number of people gathered in front of the Shaolin temple. Amitabha. With a Buddhist chant, Abbot Qianjian came out, and his eyes fell directly on Master Kuxin, who had been famous for a long time, but was seen for the first time, and whose personality was completely different from the rumors. Without waiting for someone to speak, Master Kuxin, who had been silent the whole time, raised his head and said, Kuxin came here for only one purpose, to seek the Vajra indestructible divine art, and only to pass it on to my disciple Chinkang. I promise that this skill can only be learned by my disciple, and will not be passed on to others. How dare you? As soon as the words fell, Monk Xiangxing, who came out, was immediately angry. He was in charge of the discipline hall, and his personality was quite hot. When ordinary disciples saw him, they dared not even breathe. The Vajra indestructible divine art was the core of the Songshan Shaolin sect, and was one of the 4 great skills. It was the strongest martial arts besides the Ijinjing. How could it be passed on to outsiders? Abbot Xianjian put his hands together and said, Master Kuxin, I'm sorry, I can't agree to your request. This skill is the sect level skill of our Songshan Shaolin. Only the abbot can read it. Cheyenne Crossing didn't have such a good temper and said angrily, "Good Kyuksin, you are also a great monk. Pushin Shaolin also has a inherited skill. If someone comes to ask for it, will you give it to them?" Monk Kyuksin said, "If Sangshan is willing, I'm willing to exchange my Pushin Shaoyang Boy's skill for the Vajra indestructible divine skill, and the previous conditions will not change. I will not pass it on to anyone other than my disciples." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Pushin is not like Sangshan. There are not many top level inheritances there. Shaoyang Boy's skill is definitely the top level skill of the sect, just like Shaolin Yijinjing. Abbot Cheyenne Jian said directly, "Amitabha, Master Kyuksin's intention is clear to me. If it is something else, even if I don't change it, it is not a problem to pass it on to your disciple. The master of the Vajra indestructible divine art has already set the rules. Only the head monk can read it, and only the head monk can learn it." Monk Kyuksin nodded and said, "Kyuksin pays homage to the mountain." After the words fell, a young man in white monk's robes came out. "Pushin Shaolin Temple, Cheng Generation Disciple, Cheng Kong, please teach me." Cheng Generation Disciples. Sangshan Pushin, the titles are different. Sangshan is Ling, Cheyenne, Zuan, and Pushin, Wen, Ku, Cheng. Cheng Kong, that is to say, the white-robed Buddhist son who is quite famous in the world today. Cheyenne Jian and others' eyes condensed, and their expressions became solemn. Kyuksin's worship of the mountain was beyond their expectations, and the purpose was even more unimaginable. And this challenging disciple made them feel even more troublesome. For Cheng Generation Disciples, Shaolin Temple can only arrange Zuan Generation Disciples. There are 3 generations of Zuan Generation. The largest generation is 17, 18, and 19. The middle class is 13, 14, or 15 years old. The youngest class has just entered the sect. Zuan Cheng and his friends are in the middle class and have not yet grown up. Arrogant, "I'll meet you." Having already reached the mountain gate, there is naturally no way to retreat. He was a lay disciple who had been in Sangshan for 5 years and was also a very strong person among the lay disciples. He learned the iron shirt of the Shaolin Temple's external horizontal training kung fu. He was huge and his muscles were like iron. Just standing out gave everyone an indescribable sense of oppression. "Hey!" A low shout, like thunder, was breathtaking. As soon as he came on the stage, he went all out. He was originally a good family boy. After avenging his family members who were forced to die by officials, he fled his hometown. By coincidence, he came to Sangshan and became a lay disciple of Shaolin. He had killed people before, and his character was not better than that of ordinary monks. He raised his iron fist and hit Cheng Kong, who was challenging him directly. With that figure, that speed, and that strength, even Bluestone would be shattered if he hit him. However, facing the opponent's fist, the white-robed Buddhist disciple did not move at all, allowing the terrible fist to fall on his chest. Bang! With a sound, it was like a stone falling into the sea, and it did not stir up any waves. The man was startled, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. The white-robed Buddhist disciple raised his head, and there was no extra change on his calm face. He stretched out his hand to grab the fist in front of his chest. He squeezed it gently. Crack. With a sound, the iron fist, that should have been extremely hard at this moment, broke like tofu. Ah! With a scream, the lay disciple knelt on the ground with a pale face, and the severe pain from his arm instantly took away all his strength. The white-robed Buddhist disciple raised his right hand, and in the eyes of everyone who was extremely shocked, he swept a palm on the lay disciple. Bang! The big man, who was nearly 2 meters tall and weighed more than 200 pounds, flew up like a piece of paper at this moment and flew out. Asshole! Facing this scene, Shiangxing monk and others were all shocked. Since he couldn't even break the protective force, he naturally lost. That pinch was unnecessary, not to mention the palm strike afterwards. Abbot Cheyenne took a breath and chanted the Buddha's name, Amitabha. His voice was trembling, showing his inner restlessness. This is too much. The disciples of the Zuan generation couldn't help it. Although lay disciples are different from monks like them, they are not strangers. Especially the lay disciple who made the move. He was actually preparing to become a monk, which means that they will be formal brothers in the near future. Humans are social animals. How can there be fewer friends after 5 years of living together? Zhuangxin, please teach me. A monk in his 18s or 19s came out. He had a strong aura, refined pupils, and extremely extraordinary strength. Zhuangxin, the first disciple of the Zhuan generation of Shaolin Temple, was not bad in strength, and was also a genius disciple of that generation. He also practiced the powerful Vajra palm, but he was not as good as Zhuansheng and Zhuanzi. However, he only practiced this skill for 10 years, and the power of the Vajra palm was amazing. Not a lay disciple, the white-clothed Buddhist disciple showed a rare serious look in his eyes. External teaching and true teaching are two different concepts, and this is something that I still understand. Shaolin Temple lay disciples basically only practice martial arts and rarely involve Gong. After all, lay disciples usually enter the 3 gates for only 1 year, and at most 3 years, will go down the mountain. As for Gong, except for a few geniuses, it takes 3 to 5 years to enter the gate, and 7 to 8 years of hard work to achieve certain results. Therefore, it is only a short trip up the mountain, and Gong will not be taught. After all, the Shaolin Temple Gong method is extremely domineering, and those with bad character can easily go astray when practicing. With both hands spread out, perhaps his physique is far inferior to that of the lay disciple who was quickly carried in and sent for treatment, but his power is even greater. With the powerful Vajra palm, the unparalleled Vajra power began to be displayed. In the crowd, Zhuangzi and others couldn't help but take a breath at this moment. Even if they were geniuses, they had too little time to practice Gong, so they were naturally not as good as Zhuangxin on the field. Immediately, they couldn't help but shout, "Brother, come on." In the field, facing the advanced level of Shaolin Temple's unique skills, the white-clothed Buddhist took a breath and set up a posture. Teizu Changqin, please. His pupils shrank. Not only Zhuangxin, but most of the disciples of Songshan Shaolin Temple also changed their expressions. Teizu Changqin cannot be said to be unfamous. After all, it was created by the founding emperor of the Song dynasty, so it is naturally famous. However, this is a boxing technique, not a fist technique. It is not to say that it is looked down upon. Its concept is completely different from the martial arts of the Jianghu. After all, the person who created this boxing technique does not have internal strength. How dare you? Pushan Shaolin Temple is not without martial arts, but he chose to use Teizu Changqin. It is obvious that this Buddhist disciple in white clothes does not look down on him at all. Even though he has been practicing Buddhism for more than 10 years, he can't help but break his defense at this moment. The Vajra power gathered in both palms, and the first move was a heavy move. Crouching Star Subduing Tiger. There are 2 key points in this move. Crouching, and then subduing. Although it sounds simple, there are many tricks in it. If it is not used well, the power cannot be exerted, and instead the momentum will be messed up. It can be used well. With 1 step forward, Zhuangxin did not make any extra movements. He squatted, and suddenly a terrifying force burst out. With both hands, he pushed forward, and formed the posture of Crouching Tiger. The Buddhist disciple in white was not panicked at all. He moved his feet and rushed forward when Zhuangxin was halfway through his moves. Using a single whip, he used his steps to destroy his lower body and attacked with a whip fist. Seeing this, Zhuangxin couldn't help but panic. The power accumulated by squatting was immediately dispersed. However, he had practiced martial arts for more than 10 years and had some experience. He sank his feet hard and held his broken pile. He pulled his waist with all his strength, retreated to a distance, and directly slapped out half of the Crouching Tiger with 2 palms. The Buddhist disciple in white did not change his expression, turned the single whip halfway, and advanced with 7 stars. In an instant, his fists rained down like rain, and before Zhuangxin's palms came out, he beat the slow with a fast one. In an instant, 7 or 8 punches landed on Zhuangxin at the same time. Although it was a fast fight, the Buddhist disciple in white did not punch in a disorderly manner. Each punch went straight to Zhuangxin's vital points. When the punch landed, Zhuangxin's whole body's true energy was also dispersed. Ghost kick. Without waiting for Zhuangxin to retreat, the white-robed Buddhist disciple stepped between his legs and instantly kicked out 3 times, directly kicking Zhuangxin under the knee. Crack. With the sound of bone cracking, the white-robed Buddhist disciple raised another punch, a heart-piercing punch. Bang! When Zhuangxin reacted, he only had time to groan miserably and was directly hit and flew out, falling into the crowd. Senior brother Zhuangxin. With a scream, the disciples of the Zhuan generation could not help but panic. So poisonous. However, when they got closer, everyone's face changed. Not only did Zhuangxin's legs droop unnaturally, but his chest collapsed a bit, with visible fist marks, and his face was like gold paper. There was no doubt that the opponent was going to kill people. Facing the extremely angry eyes of the crowd, the white-robed Buddhist remained calm. He glanced at everyone and said, Amitabha, is this the highest level of the Zhuan generation disciples? If it is just like this, it is too disappointing. The so-called century-old temple and the leader of the righteous way are just like this. The words just like this immediately made the already furious crowd furious. Zhuan Ci exploded and jumped out with a face full of anger. Amitabha, damn bastard, Maitreya has laughed too much and forgot that Buddha can get angry. I'll meet you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28, Demon Subduing Sleeves vs. Formless Finger. Not good. Xianjian and others were also very angry, but when they saw Zhuan Ci, who was clearly behind the crowd, actually jumped out, they immediately felt bad. Zhuan Ci, Zhuan Cheng, and Zhuan Kang are undoubtedly the hope of the next generation of Shaolin Temple. Their talent and strength are undoubtedly first class among their peers. But, that's just talking about peers. How old is Zhuan Ci now? He is only 13 years old. He is 5 or 6 years younger than the white-robed Buddhist son. 5 or 6 years is a huge gap in itself. The white-robed Buddhist son is definitely a genius in terms of strength, so the gap between the two is probably even greater. However, before Zhuan Ci rushed out, a figure took a step ahead. He rushed out and started with the dragon capture technique. Moreover, it is a skill that can only be mastered after the dragon capture technique has reached the great perfection. The dragon capture king, one hand stretched out, without any moves or styles, but in an instant, even the hard-working monk several meters away couldn't help but jump in his heart. What a sharp claw force. This force is probably that the Vajra finger has reached a very high level of cultivation. Judging from his age, he is probably only 13 or 14 years old. Sangshan Shaolin Temple, I ask myself, and I know a lot. The first thing to learn is Luohan Fist, and after mastering it, then Vajra Palm, or Demon Subduing Stick. With this practice, after entering the door, advanced skills are passed on, such as Vajra Palm, or Dragon Subduing Elephant. By the time of Dragon Capturing Skill, basically 5 or 6 sets of skills have been learned before, which normally takes 10 or even 20 years of practice. As a result, at this moment, a teenager can not only perform dragon capturing skill, but also become dragon capturing king. The dragon capturing king coordinated with Vajra finger strength. At this moment, the white-clothed Buddhist son also showed a rare solemn expression on his face. The strength is not strong, and the power is not even as strong as Zhuanxin, who was defeated by him just now, but this claw has the pull of ki. It is said that once it is launched, the whole body is pulled. If you want to dodge this kind of trick with simple steps, it is absolutely impossible, and you will be pulled by it in an instant and follow it. In this way, he will be in trouble. Not only that, the most important thing is that he is Chen Kong, the white-robed Buddhist disciple, the strongest genius in Pushan Shaolin Temple in the past 100 years. It's okay to be a leader, but a boy of 13 or 14 years old, if he hides, it will be dishonorable even if he wins. Dragon catching skill? Well, let me meet the genius of Sangshan Shaolin. I won't bully you. I will only use 30% of my internal strength. With a calm word, the white-robed Buddhist disciple raised his palm, and without wind, his sleeves swelled up inexplicably. Demon Subduing Cassock. Not far away, Xianjian and others couldn't help but widen their eyes. If Pushan Shaolin Temple has any unique skills, then this Demon Subduing Cassock is definitely it. The difficulty is comparable to the Shaolin Temple's Wuxiangjizi, a top-notch martial art. One sleeve, one claw, collided with a loud bang. Bang, bang, the energy burst. The white-robed Buddhist disciple's sleeve spread out and returned to normal. However, Zhuan Cheng's 5 fingers went numb, unable to withstand the force, as if a speeding car was stopped in place, and he almost vomited blood in pain. "Hey, I'm here to see your strength." A voice sounded. It was Zhuan Ci. Zhuan Cheng had obviously rushed out, but he didn't stop. He was furious. Why would he stop? Just because someone else showed up? Capture the Dragon King. With a low roar, Zhuan Ci's 5 fingers burst out with strong and unparalleled energy, grabbing the left arm of the white-robed Buddhist. The same strong force burst out, but it was far less natural than Zhuan Cheng's. But, at this moment, the face of the monk Kuxin at the back couldn't help but change. Another one. The white-robed Buddhist smiled. "Come on." He raised his left hand and threw the same demon-suppressing sleeve. Bang. Unlike Zhuan Cheng, Zhuan Ci couldn't withstand the powerful force and stumbled back. After 5 or 6 steps, he stumbled and fell to the ground. "Bad guy, take my demon-subduing stick, Vajra finger." At this moment, several voices rang out at the same time, and 4 iron sticks weighing more than 10 kilograms were whirring handsomely, and the 200 kilograms of force carried the incomparably strong dragon-subduing elephant kung fu, and came down with a bang. In the shadow of the stick, a small figure, with a Vajra aura, pointed out the Vajra finger to kill. If Zhuan Cheng, who took action, and Zhuan Ci later, are well-deserved geniuses among geniuses, then these 5, although a little worse, can also be called geniuses. At this moment, the hard work behind couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Northern Shaolin took hormones? There has been no movement for 100 years, and now it has exploded all at once." At this moment in the field, facing the attack, the white-clothed Buddhist son couldn't help but take a breath, with a divine light in his eyes. These few people in front of him, especially the one who took action first, if it weren't for the huge age gap, I'm afraid the outcome would be really hard to predict. With a roll of his hands, the demon-subduing sleeves rolled up again. In an instant, accompanied by several explosions, Zhuan Ji and others could not withstand the force and fell backwards. At this moment, Zhuan Cheng and Zhuan Ci recovered. The two took a deep breath and rushed forward again. Zhuan Cheng was still using the Dragon King capture technique, while Zhuan Ci turned to the Vajra finger. One on the left and one on the right. The two of them directly attacked the Buddhist disciple in white. "Come on." Seeing the cooperation between the two, the Buddhist disciple in white rarely smiled on his calm face and raised his demon-subduing sleeves. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the 3 of them stood together. The next moment, Zhuan Ji and others also recovered their breath and rushed forward without any hesitation. Demon-subduing stick, Vajra finger, Dragon King capture technique. The 7 people surrounded the Buddhist disciple in white, using all their means and going all out. Although the Buddhist disciple in white was under siege, he was not panicked. The demon-subduing sleeves he used were like a seal, like an unbreakable wall, directly blocking the 7 people outside. Although the Zhuan generation was besieging them, neither the Songshan Shaolin nor the Pushan Shaolin said anything at this moment. The gap between the two sides was too big. If it weren't for the white-robed Buddhist disciple holding back, Zhuan Cheng and the others might not have been able to defeat even one move. Even if it was only the 3rd level of skill, it would have been extremely difficult for the 7 people to fight against each other. The white-robed Buddhist disciple's demon-suppressing sleeves were too amazing. Even the abbot Xianjian and others couldn't help but sighed Pushan's luck. Such a disciple was actually found by them. As the two sides fought, the lay disciples of the Songshan Shaolin Temple, whether they were Zhuan generation disciples, all clenched their fists. They wanted to cheer them on, but they were afraid of disturbing them. However, there was no doubt that everyone was extremely excited and passionate at this moment. To be honest, when Zhuan Xin was defeated without any suspense, they were not only worried and angry, but also at a loss. After all, the white-robed Buddhist disciple was of the same generation as them in terms of seniority and age, but the extremely famous Zhuan Xin went up and was severely injured without even a single move. This was a huge blow. Now Zhuan Cheng and his 7 men came out. Although they were besieging, the age gap was there. 5 or 6 years was bigger than the 10 years between the ages of 20 and 30. They were able to fight like this, and there was no doubt that they deserved their status in Shaolin Temple. They were special, and the Zuan generation in Shaolin Temple knew it best. In fact, some people were still very unconvinced, but at this moment, it was gone. Zuan Cheng and his men, they deserved it. Before everyone, at this moment, Li Su felt very uncomfortable, so uncomfortable that he wanted to die. These 7 bastards really screwed their father to death, screwed their father miserably. He almost wanted to jump up and down. Especially when Zuan Ci took action, Zuan Cheng followed, and Zuan Nan and his men went straight to find weapons, and Li Su's whole mentality exploded in an instant. These 7 bastards went up without thinking. What about him? What about him? What should he do? Go up. Go up. Use cotton palm. Use a fart. Zuan Cheng and the others were able to survive because that thing held back. What if Li Su went up and the other party went all out? Would he put his life on the other side to show mercy? Unless Li Su died, it would be impossible. Why not? It's nothing now. What will the fellow disciples think after a while? What will the master think? The fellow disciples will definitely question and cause trouble. In the eyes of the elders, there is no doubt that he has no blood at all. He has already fought against the master, and you are still indifferent? Can such a disciple be cultivated? After all, the most fearful thing in everything is comparison, right? He just wants to practice quietly. Is this a high requirement? Is it high? And just when Li Su was struggling, the battlefield also had a result. After all, he was young and his skills were insufficient. Once the blood in his head passed, his true energy was immediately worse. Bang. After all, even if the white-clothed Buddhist son was facing a siege and only used the 3rd level of skills, he would not dare to hold back. With a sound, Zuan Nan and his group were the first to be blown away, spitting out blood in midair. You bastard. Zuan Ci was furious. Zuan Nan and his group were the best brothers, and the other party had attacked the lay disciple and Zuan Zin at the beginning. Zuan Ci still remembered it clearly. How could he accept it? Zuan Cheng was obviously the same, with an extremely angry look on his face. He was a martial arts fanatic, and was not good at expressing his emotions, but that didn't mean he was no longer with Zuan Nan and his group. The two of them were furious, and their momentum increased again. Zuan Ci once again used the Dragon King capture technique, and Zuan Cheng's finger force became even more powerful. Almost at the same time, the two of them grabbed the white-robed Buddhist child with 2 claws, as if they had telepathy. HMM. The white-robed Buddhist child's face changed color rarely. This claw, the 3-level power could not catch, and he could not help but use another level. The 4th level of the demon subduing sleeve directly met it. However, unfortunately, it was obvious. Although Zuan Cheng and his group were strong, they exerted more power in the battle. In fact, they were not much better than Zuan Nan and his group. As soon as the energy was raised, the people were gone, and the sharp claws disappeared in an instant. Not good! Exclamation mark. Xian Jian and the others' faces suddenly changed. There is no doubt that Zuan Cheng and Zuan Ci are the future pillars of Shaolin Temple. Not far away, Kuzan also frowned at this moment. Zuan Zin was fine. It was different, since these few appeared. In fact, those who were beaten out were nothing. Zuan Cheng and Zuan Ci were definitely the backbone of Northern Shaolin. If they were beaten, it would be a disaster. Just when both sides were about to attack, a figure inserted into the battle. He gave Zuan Cheng and Zuan Ci a big eye roll. They were 2 scumbags. They really screwed me to death. Damn, this demon suppressing sleeve is more powerful than before, right? Feeling the energy swung by the white-robed Buddhist, Li Su had a toothache, stomach ache, and liver ache at this moment. Cotton palm, no play. Ahat fist, no play. Ahat true energy, hanging. So what else can be used? Taking a breath, Li Su raised his hand. The true energy gathered, and the index finger and middle finger were put out together. The 5 levels of energy surrounded and bound together. Silently, point out. The most difficult finger technique to practice in Shaolin Temple, the most powerful finger technique in the world. 2 fingers without form. A simple finger stunned Xian Jian and others, and even more so Kuzin. The finger without form. In the field, the white-robed Buddhist changed his face for the first time. A silent finger gave him great pressure, as if the knife of death was across his neck, and all the hairs on his body burst. One sleeve to subdue the demons. His power suddenly increased, and he directly doubled it to meet Li Su, and pointed out the finger force. Boom. With a loud bang, the indescribable ki burst. One was concentrated, and the other was broad, and they entangled fiercely. In an instant, the void between the two saw visible distortions, which was the scene caused by the collision of overly powerful ki. Boom. Li Su's finger force broke. After all, the difference in power was too big, and it only lasted for a second. However, this was enough. He directly picked up the two bastards who ran away, and dragged them back, avoiding the explosion of the sleeve to subdue the demon. Without waiting for the white-robed Buddhist to speak, Li Su dragged Zhu and Cheng, and ran straight into the mountain gate without any intention of stopping, and disappeared in a flash. Seeing Li Su disappearing quickly, the white-robed Buddhist did not chase him, but just stood there in a daze. Although in terms of skill, he won. No, it should be said that he crushed him. But if it comes to destructive power, he is worthy of being the best finger force in the world. Should I say that he is worthy of being the Northern Shaolin? The master of the righteous way, his reputation is well deserved. Taking a deep breath, the white-robed Buddhist put his hands together. Amitabha, this battle, I lost. Zhu and Cheng was not bad, because when he was 13 or 14 years old, his strength was not much different, but Li Su's finger was completely beyond imagination. The finger technique of the formless robbery, which is more difficult to learn than the demon suppressing sleeve, the other party actually succeeded in practicing it. As a Pushan Shaolin, the white-robed Buddhist knew that the finger of the formless robbery was divided into realms. One finger was the end of the robbery, and the second finger was the formless finger. Only when you reach the second finger can you be considered to have entered the realm. He has been practicing the demon subduing sleeve for 7 or 8 years, but now he has only subdued one demon with one sleeve, and has not yet reached the highest realm of the demon subduing sleeve. And what about the opponent? He looks even younger than the first one to attack, and is only at the 2-finger realm. Before Xianjian and others could speak, Huxin also spoke. Amitabha, Shaolin Temple is indeed full of talented people. I lost this time. Sangshan Shaolin is worthy of the title of the authentic martial arts master. Farewell. The next moment, without saying a single extra word, he turned around and left with the white-robed Buddhist disciples. Faced with this scene, Xianjian and others were stunned. The other party's anticlimactic behavior was really difficult for them to understand. What exactly did Master Huxin mean? However, the next moment, many disciples of Shaolin Temple couldn't help but shout, "Win, win, Sangshan Shaolin Temple won." And the winner was the famous white-robed Buddhist disciple in the martial arts world. Chapter 29 Disappearance. The white-robed Buddhist admitted defeat, and the Shaolin disciples were very excited. The names of Zhu and Cheng and the others became the talk of the young generation of the entire Shaolin Temple. Over the past few days, I don't know how many times they have been mentioned. Li Su didn't understand it. Of course, the most important thing was that he was highly noticed, no matter where he went, which made him extremely uncomfortable. Looking at the Zhuan brothers who looked at him with respect, Li Su felt very annoyed. Originally, he was undoubtedly the one with the weakest presence among the 8 people. But with that day, after that finger was pointed out, he became as noticeable as Zhu and Cheng. No, more noticeable than Zhu and Cheng. Zhu and Kang used the first-class finger technique of Shaolin Temple that day, the world's strongest finger technique, and the 2-finger formless finger of the Wuxiang Jizi. Even the Xians the elders could not achieve such a powerful finger technique. Not only the Wuxiang Jizi, but Zhu and Kang also practiced the Luohan Gong, which no one in Shaolin Temple had successfully practiced for 100 years. By the way, Luohan Gong, the full name is also called Air Luohan Divine Art. It is the most difficult skill to practice in Shaolin Temple besides Yijinjing and Vajra Indestructible Divine Art. Once successfully practiced, there will be a promising future. When Zhuan Khan grows up, maybe my Shaolin Temple will also produce a world number 1. I don't know why. Such voices gradually spread from Shaolin Temple. In such an atmosphere, Li Su's life is not easy. Where is your conscience? Where is your sympathy? You are disciples of Shaolin Temple. What is there to be happy about winning the white-robed Buddhist disciple? That lay disciple. And Zhuangxin, have you forgotten him? Li Su couldn't help but complain in his heart. Why is the focus on him? When did Shaolin Temple care about that kind of false reputation? However, on the third day, looking at Zhuangxin who came over to greet him with a smile, Li Su's face turned black. The guy whose calf bones were kicked to pieces, actually, healed. After asking, Li Su's mouth twitched, and he felt sad for Wu Azi for a while. A great man, the best in the world, but he fell off a cliff and wasted his life. Here, a comminuted fracture. He recovered in 3 days. How can it not be sad? Zhuangxin in the layman. No, the other party has officially become a monk. Although he is very old, he is also a disciple of the Zuan generation, with the Dharma name Zuanai, and he has to call Li Su senior brother. They both recovered. And what cured them was nothing else. Dahuandan. It is said in the martial arts world that this pill has the effect of resurrecting the dead and can treat all internal and external injuries. It is said in the martial arts world that this pill can greatly improve a person's internal strength. Haha, think about it. In Yishan, the western region Vajra sect has the black jade fracture paste, which is a magical medicine that can restore Yu Dan, one of the 3 Wudang heroes who had been disabled for more than 10 years. Haha, comminuted fracture. Damn, it was broken for more than 10 years. Can it be healed by breaking the bone again and applying medicine? If we use modern medicine to explain it, how many things are involved? Nerves, bones, muscles, cell memory? The Vajra sect can produce such a magical medicine. How can the Shaolin Temple, the source of the Vajra sect, not have precious medicine? Wuazi, it's so miserable. 30 years have been wasted, all relying on a rope. Shaking his head, Li Su calmed down and decided not to pay attention to the reactions around him. There is no way. It has been exposed. What else can he do? Although he was very unhappy in his heart, he didn't have so much time to think about it. Practice reopened. The day after the white-robed Buddhist incident, monk Xianming came and brought a lot of medicine. That's right, Li Su has started to practice the Arhat magic. After stopping for more than half a month, it feels different to practice again. With the increase of true energy, Li Su's face not only showed a smile, although it paid a certain price, the reward was not bad. Asterisk 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 brother Abbot. The Great Hall of the Buddha was closed soon after Xianming arrived. At this moment, the face of Abbot Xianjian was very solemn. Xianwen and others also frowned at this moment, as if they couldn't be dissolved. Xianming asked with a puzzled look on his face, what happened? After defeating the white-robed Buddhist disciples, Shaolin Temple undoubtedly gained great prestige, and the disciples also ignited their passion. With Zhuangkang and the other 8 as their goal, they continued to work hard. Although the consumption was a bit large, with such momentum, it won't be long before Shaolin Temple will regain its glory and show its style as a leader of the righteous way again. Amitabha, although Buddhism should not pay attention to these things. After all, it is just a Buddhist practice, not a Buddha. Let's take a look. Xianjian took out the new information. Xianming was stunned, took the information, and read it. After a moment, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Cuxin passed away. How could it be? One of the white-robed Buddhist disciples announced his withdrawal from Pushan Shaolin Temple. Looking at the content inside, Xianming was shocked. Cuxin, that was the head of Pushan Shaolin Bodhi Temple, one of the best masters in Pushan. Not to mention the white-robed Buddhist disciples, who was less than 20 years old, and the strength he showed was infinitely close to the first class. 10 years later, there is no doubt that he will be the pillar of Pushan Shaolin Temple. One death, one expulsion? What is Pushan thinking? Is the news true? Why is it so? This time, the provocation to Songshan Shaolin was all done by Master Cuxin alone, so he chose to commit suicide because he was ashamed to see Pushan. And the white-robed Buddhist disciple also took off his monk robes and announced his withdrawal from Pushan because he lost to the second generation of disciples of the Zuan generation. Xiangxing opened his mouth. He was a rather irritable person and had no good impression of Pushan. He was even more angry at Cuxin and the white-robed Buddhist disciple, but he didn't know what to say at the moment. This is why. For a while, huge questions lingered in the minds of several people. Puzzled, incomprehensible. Why did Master Kyuxin do such a thing? Why did he also get involved with the most talented disciple of Pushin Shaolin Temple in the past 100 years? Although the Southern Shaolin has been in its heyday and its reputation has become louder in the past 100 years, it is completely different after this. The gecko has cut off its tail. A voice suddenly sounded, extremely old, like a candle in the wind. Master. Hearing the voice, Xianjian and the others immediately saluted. There was a new person in the hall. He was unkempt, with sparse hair and a faint scar on his head. Even his eyebrows were white, and his face was covered with wrinkles. He was Monk Linquin, one of the only two old monks of the Ling generation left in Shaolin Temple. Master, have you left Shaolin Temple? Seeing the old man's dusty appearance, Xianjian and the others were shocked. You're already at the gate of the mountain, yet you're still squatting in the temple. Elder Monk Linquin found a bench and sat down. He poured himself a cup of tea and drank it, saying, Xianjian, here, get ready, open the Shaolin Temple's inventory, and do everything you can to train a new generation of disciples. I've met that little guy Kyuxin 3 times. Once when he was still a child 50 years ago, and once 20 years ago, when he was already the abbot of Pushin Bodhi Temple. Elder Monk Linquin slowly put down the teacup. The first time I met him, he was very young, full of vigor, and compassionate. The second time I met him, he had matured, and had a deep grasp of Buddhist principles. His realm had already reached the realm of seeing the mountain as still a mountain. Everything is empty, and that kid's Zen philosophy is better than what I've learned. Speaking of this, Monk Linquin paused and said, then, the third time, we met 2 days ago. Xianjian and the others paused when they heard what he said, and Xianming couldn't help but ask in surprise, Master, you're not going to do anything, are you? Old Monk Linquin smiled and said, although we monks practice the 4-element being empty, and talk about having no desires, this kind of thing is not so easy. If you really see through everything, what is the point of living? Enlightenment. If you really want to become a Buddha, it's time to die. Since I'm still alive, I naturally can't be ruthless and asexual. They've come to our door, and if we just let them go, then there will be no peace in Shaolin for the next 100 years. Fortunately, the young generation is doing well and fighting well, so we old guys don't have to embarrass ourselves. By the way, what's the name of that little guy who used the formless tribulation finger? Xianming said, his name is Zuan Kang. Zuan Kang? Good. He picked up the teapot, but didn't pour it out. Instead, he poured it directly into his mouth, and drank it in big gulps. Linquan didn't put down the pot of water until he had finished it. He looked at Xianjian and the others and said, do your best to train them. Don't worry about spending money or saving money. Train them as quickly as possible and as much as possible. Xianjian and the others looked at each other, and then Xianjian nodded and said, I understand, Master. I will do everything according to your instructions. Yes. Linquan nodded, but before he could speak, blood slowly fell from his mouth. Master. The others were shocked. It's okay. Monk Linquin waved his hand. On the way back, I had a fight with someone. That guy was quite powerful. He punched me with a strange force. It looked cold, but it was actually burning my heart. However, he was not doing well either. I chopped him with a palm. However, I have to admit that people can't refuse to accept old age. If it were 30 years ago, forget it. Blinking his eyes, Linquin didn't say anything else, so that's how it is. The 4 elements are empty, not abandoning, nor giving up, but still holding on to the heart. I said that I have realized that the mountain is still the mountain. Why do I have to return to the mortal world? It turns out that I haven't left. Remember not to announce the funeral. After the words fell, Linquin slowly lowered his head and said silently. In an instant, Xianjian and the other two were shocked and stared at themselves in disbelief. Master? However, the voice that they had been used to for decades was no longer in their minds. Xianxing couldn't help it first. His eyes were bloodshot and full of tears. Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Chapter 30. A shocking sound. Spring goes and autumn comes. Flowers bloom and fade. 2 years passed in a flash. It was still the same place, and the same 8 people. Zuan Cheng's dragon catching skill had already been perfected, and he began to practice the multi-leaf finger. However, as a martial arts fanatic, he did not progress very fast this time, and put more experience into the practice of the Vajra palm. No, it should be said that the practice of Vajra ki, Zuan was not bad either, but he did not choose the same finger technique as Zuan Cheng, but asked for a palm technique, the thousand-handed Tathagata palm, to practice. This palm has many variations, and is extremely complex, but it complements his personality and the progress is good. Then it was Zuan and the others, who also learned new martial arts. Finally, it was Li Su. In the past 2 years, unlike the others, Li Su did not learn other new skills, but just kept practicing the Ahad Fist and the Ahad Divine skill. The progress was good, and the Ahad scene he had seen before became clearer and clearer. The Ahad Ki was advancing by leaps and bounds. Originally, the speed of refining Ahad Ki by practicing Ahad Fist was far faster than Superman. Under the refining of Ahad magic, one day was almost as effective as several days or even more than 10 days for others. Under such circumstances, Li Su's progress can be imagined. In just 1 year, his Ahad Ki had already reached a very strong level. And with the practice of Ahad magic, Li Su, who had just turned 14, was very tall, almost close to 1.8 meters. According to this situation, when he was 18 years old, he might be over 2 meters. After a few months of cooling off, the disciples of Shaolin Temple also calmed down and stopped watching him. However, Li Su didn't know why he was a little uneasy. This atmosphere was too weird. It was okay below, but in the past 2 years, it seemed that everyone from the Xianzi generation to the Zuanzi generation was practicing. If it was other famous sects, it would not be surprising. But Shaolin Temple was different. This was a Buddhist sect, martial arts were only a supplementary practice, and Buddhism was the main principle. However, even the old monk Xianming, who used to do nothing but chant sutras every day, has started to practice. Every time I see him, I find that he is practicing and practicing. Even a few months ago, I went to see him specifically, to see his Wuxiangjizi. This is too strange. I always feel that under the seemingly calm appearance of the Xianzi generation, there is a lot of depression and something is accumulating. But it doesn't matter. If the sky falls, there will be a tall person watching. Although Li Su has performed well, it still can't change his nature of being a child. When their generation grows up, Zuancheng and others should be enough to shock the world. Anyway, it's okay for the white-robed Buddhists to pretend to be cool occasionally. Forget about Xiao Feng and others who fight to the death. It's just because they have the fate of the protagonist. Otherwise they don't know how many times they have died. For example, Duan Yu, if it weren't for the South China Sea crocodile god's brain seizure, he would have died countless times. The same is true for Zhu Zhu. When Ding Chunqiu caught him, if he had added some poison, he would have died. Therefore, being alive is the luck of the protagonist. Li Su let out a breath and put away the Ahad divine art. It's almost the end. Although there is still some distance, he can already feel that the Ahad divine art is almost the end. By the way, the end here does not mean that the skills can no longer be practiced or that it has reached the maximum level. As mentioned before, any skill, even the most basic Ahad Fist, can still be practiced for 10 or 20 years. The so-called end means that the nature of the Ahad divine art is almost the end. The great Ahad golden body is the limit of the Ahad divine art. Although the power can be increased all the time, this limit cannot be broken. Think about it, it makes sense. Otherwise, if you keep practicing like this, what will happen? The Ahad divine art is an internal martial art that improves the strength of the meridians. Although it may not be as comprehensive as the 9 Yang divine art, it is definitely top-notch. If it were not for the extremely high requirements for comprehension, although Li Su did not feel it, I'm afraid that all the disciples of Shaolin Temple would practice it once. Of course, even if the nature is almost the end, Li Su is still short of perfection. The Ahad Ki did not involve all the meridians in the body, but only the main trunk roads had reached the great perfection. Although the secondary paths had also been improved, they were far less than the main trunk roads. However, it would undoubtedly be difficult to practice in those places. It was similar to the Wuxiangjizi, the water grinding skills, accumulated over time, and finally achieved. But obviously, once it was over, he would have more free time because he would not need to practice non-stop like now. Li Su was not anxious. He did not forget the purpose of coming to this world. The 9 Yang true scripture was already in his hands. Although this world could not practice, the top magic skills were already there. At most, he would practice in the next world. Therefore, he began to slow down gradually and was not in a hurry to push the Ahut magic skills to the great perfection. After all, he did not forget the nature of Shaolin Temple martial arts. Without the corresponding state of mind, it is very easy to go astray. I don't know what skills will be passed on to me next. Although he slowed down, Li Su couldn't help but imagine what skills he would practice next. Yijinjing? Vajra indestructible magic skill? It shouldn't be. After all, that is a technique that can only be practiced by the head monk. Especially the Vajra indestructible divine art. The requirements are higher than the Yijinjing. Only the head monk of the Dharma Academy can practice it. Once practiced, he will be the candidate for the abbot. Unless he gives up, he will definitely be the abbot of Shaolin Temple in the future. In this regard, even if it is said that it is much easier to practice these two techniques under the foundation of the Ahut divine art, Li Su does not think that he can easily achieve it. Therefore, it is more likely that he will pass on another palm method to him to continue to hone it. Of course, it is also possible that he will take the initiative to slow him down. However, I'm still looking forward to it. After all, they are two great divine arts, and their reputations are not worse than the 9 Yang divine art. There is no need to write about how powerful the Vajra indestructible divine art is. The Golden Lion King Zizun has learned the 7-injury fist and punched 12 times in a row. If it were not for the kindness of Master Kang Jian, the recoil force alone would probably kill the opponent. As for the Yijinjing, let alone, there are too many examples. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. While the Shaolin Temple is constantly training disciples, suddenly, a piece of news spread throughout the world at lightning speed. Like a thunderclap, it scared everyone out of their wits. Li Yuanhao, the ruler of Western Xia, tore up the armistice agreement with the Song dynasty. He raised an army of 100,000 and attacked the Song dynasty. The attack of 100,000 soldiers shocked the court and the public, and even the martial arts world far away from the court felt unprecedented oppression. The Battle of Haoshuchuan had not been over for long, and a new war broke out. For a while, people all over the world were in panic. Not long after, Guan Xianan, the leader of the Beggars sect, issued a call to the martial arts world to gather in Jianan Prefecture to plan for great things. For a time, the martial arts world was in turmoil, and the heroes of the Central Plains martial arts went there one after another. Chapter 31, Zixia and I are irreconcilable? No, no. Zhuangzi ran in, shouting as he ran. He was trembling, and his voice was a little hoarse. Everyone turned their heads and looked at each other. What's wrong? They had long been accustomed to Zhuangzi's jumping around, and they were basically used to it. However, seeing Zhuangzi sweating and panting and running in instead of speaking directly but taking a breath first, Li Su couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. The size of Zhuangzi's news is undoubtedly directly related to his performance. After more than 5 years, the most terrible time was undoubtedly that he didn't clean the chicken bones he ate and was discovered by the disciples of the Discipline Academy. But there is no doubt that even that time was not as scary as this time. This reaction is probably a big deal. Finally, Zhuangzi recovered his breath, and a rare heavy look on his face said, Western Xia has declared war on the Song dynasty. Gather an army of 100,000 and march towards Jianan Prefecture. What? In an instant, Zhu and Cheng and others couldn't help but widen their eyes. Song Xia war? Li Su was startled and could not help but frowned, with a look of deep confusion in his eyes. In history, the Song Xia war occurred many times, but he had read demigods and semi-devils, and he had also learned about the timeline of this novel when he was too bored. According to the age of Zhu and Ci and others, it should be between 1050 and 1052 AD. At this time, the Song dynasty and the Western Xia had signed a peace agreement and ushered in a decades-long period of peace. If there is a war now, it should be the Nongzhigao rebellion in Guangdong. Shouldn't it be with the Western Xia? Damn Western Xia dog. Bang. With a loud bang, Zuan Cheng smashed the blue stone beside him with a palm, and his face showed a hatred that he had never seen before. Not only Zuan Cheng, but Zuan Ji, Zuan Nan, Zuan Ku, Zuan Betty and others also showed deep hatred on their faces. I'm going to find the master. Let's go too. Zuan Cheng jumped up directly, and Zuan Ku and others immediately followed. Looking at the people rushing away, Li Su was stunned. What happened? These guys? What do they want to do? They don't want to go to the battlefield, do they? Although in the mainland version of Xianlong Babu, Xiao Feng led the disciples of the beggar gang to fight against the Liao army at the beginning, the main theme of Jinda's novel is also based on national justice. Xiao Feng is like this, Jiuo Jing is like this, and Yang Jiuo is like this. But there is no need to be so excited, right? How old are we? At this age, what can we do on the battlefield? You said martial arts? Haha, in a war with thousands of people fighting, personal force, unless they have super first class strength, they are not much better than the big soldiers. Huff. Zuan Ci took a few breaths, walked up and pulled Li Su up and said, hurry up, if you are slow, you may fall behind. While pulling Li Su, Zuan Ci said, this is a rare opportunity, damn Zixa dogs, if it weren't for them, how could we become orphans? We, orphans. Following Zuan Ci, Li Su got goosebumps all over his body, and his face turned green. Fuck. Add more drama to him. It was already a scam. That Pushan Shaolin temple suddenly came to pay homage to the mountain. Now let's not talk about the Songzai War. They are actually the orphans of the last Songzai War. Damn, I just came here to get some skills. Do I need to do this? Li Su felt the deep malice of this world for the first time, and also felt the danger that teachers and classmates kept talking about before entering this world for the first time. You won't be willing to kill me, right? It's okay, it's okay. During the Xianlong period, none of Zuan Cheng and his friends died because of the Songzai War. That is to say, even if they went to find the old monk Xianming, the other party should refuse them to go, right? Perhaps, it should be their previous generation who went. Therefore, at the beginning, Zuanzi and his friends were the oldest group in Shaolin Temple. Otherwise, according to the current situation, there are dozens of seniors with higher status than them. While thinking, Li Su and Zuanzi arrived at Luohan Hall, the room where the old monk Xianming taught martial arts. Master, the Zixa dogs killed my parents and harmed my neighbors. I still remember that day when those inhumane guys rushed into the town. Those beasts did not let my little sister go, even when she was still in her infancy. They threw her to death. This hatred is irreconcilable. Master, please let me go. It was Zuan Cheng's voice, more emotional and angry than ever before. Hearing that voice full of hatred, Li Su couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. He didn't expect Zuan Cheng to have such a personality. A rare genius in Shaolin Temple for 100 years, his martial arts talent is beyond imagination. In the novel, there is only this sentence. However, the world we are in at the moment, even if it is just a projection, will disappear after Xianlong ends. There is no doubt that it is a living person. How can a person's life be summarized so simply? If you have high martial arts talent, are you destined to be a martial arts fanatic? No way. At least in the beginning, the atmosphere of Shaolin Temple, although it supports disciples to learn martial arts, has its reasons for advancing and retreating. After all, the monks of Shaolin Temple practiced the Shaolin Temple's martial arts, so they naturally knew the nature of Shaolin Temple's martial arts. If the older generation paid attention, they would not let Zuan Cheng practice to the point of being obsessed. Moreover, what Zuan Cheng in Jindashu is like, does not mean what Zuan Cheng in this world is like. After all, the Songzai War is coming. Master, let us go. After pushing the door in, Zuanzi immediately knelt down and said, Western Zaire is a dog thief with wolfish ambitions. Once it invades the Song dynasty, how many people will be like us? Later, Li Su, who entered, was helpless and had to kneel down. This, obviously had no choice, was even more fucked up than the time when the white-robed Buddhist son was. After all, Zuanzi said that all of them became orphans because of Western Zaire. Although Li Su had no memory of anything, he did not dare to sing a different tune at this time. The 5,000 years of Chinese history have written countless legends, and also written into the words loyalty and filial piety. In this world, those who are disloyal and unfilial will never have an easy life, no matter how strong they are. Look at Ding Chunqiu and Guan Guanqing, they are all deserted by their friends and relatives. However, the master will not agree. No, it should be said that the master will never agree. After all, they are too young, and their martial arts have just started. They are still a long way from being second-rate in the martial arts world. In a situation like a war between two countries, what is the difference between participating in it and sending it away? Li Su looked up and looked at the old monk Xianming expectantly, waiting for him to say what he wanted. Well, after that, pretend to be sad for a while, cooperate with Zuanqing and the others, and then don't want to eat or drink for the next few days, and don't practice martial arts. This disaster should be over. Looking at Zuanqing and the others, Xianming took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said slowly, I know what you are thinking. But you have to understand that this is war. There will be deaths in war, and not just one or two, but thousands and tens of thousands. On the battlefield, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to protect you, and with your current strength, there is a great possibility that you will never come back. Even so, do you still want to go? Zuanqing and the other 7 said in unison, with an extremely firm voice, go. No regrets even if you die 9 times. Chapter 32 3 volumes of scripture. Wait. It sounds like what the great sage is going to do. Step on the south sky and shatter Lingxiao. If you never come back, then never come back. Damn. Li Su couldn't help but widen his eyes. The old monk who always had a kind face and a friendly manner became abominable. What the hell? Didn't you choose Shaolin Temple because it was safe? What's the fuss? Looking at the very excited people, Xianming took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Originally, he would not agree. Even if he went, it would be at most him and Xianxing. However, something happened that completely changed the attitude of Shaolin Temple. The death of Master Lingquan. In the past 2 years, the people led by Abbot Qianjian, in addition to practicing Kung Fu, also sent disciples out to inquire about the situation. One punch can make the Kung Fu of subduing dragons and subduing elephants become great, and Master Lingquan, who has been practicing for nearly 70 years, passed away in less than a cup of tea. In the rivers and lakes, there are not many people with skills but unique skills. However, after 2 years, nothing was gained, which made Xianjian and others very confused. As Zixia once again used troops against the Song dynasty, Xianjian and others could not help but shift their gaze after seeing this news. It feels cold outside, but it is hot inside. The Central Plains martial arts world seems to have never heard of such a unique skill. In other words, the person who fought with Master Lingquan is not necessarily a martial artist from the Central Plains. It is very likely to be outside the Central Plains. There are many countries around the Song dynasty, but not many. There are only a few of them: Lao, Zixia, Dali, and Tubo. In terms of martial arts, Dali is very similar to the martial arts of the Central Plains, and the national sect is Xianlang Temple, so it can be put aside first. In the Lao dynasty, the Khitan people mainly rely on brute force, and they also believe in Buddhism. In terms of martial arts, they are mainly masculine. As for Zixia, the geographical environment is dry and cold, and there are many strange people and things. The most important thing is that Zixia has an unclear relationship with a well-known sect in the world, that is, Zioyao sect. Zioyao sect, it is difficult to describe whether it is a righteous sect or an evil sect. Although it seems as if the immortals are about to fly away when performing Kung Fu, it cannot change the fact that their Kung Fu is weird. When Wu Azi broke into Shaolin Temple, his true ki was extremely weird, with both yin and yang, and could also transform people's internal strength. This can't be said to be a righteous martial arts. Not only that, Zioyao sect Lingjiu Palace and Shaolin Temple have also heard a little about it. The person who manages it is Wu Azi's junior sister, Xianshan Tanglao. This person's methods are very spicy. The sects around Lingjiu Palace are all controlled by her, including all kinds of people. Soon, Xianjian and others discussed the result. To participate in this conference, Xianwen, Xiangxing, and Xianjian went together. Among them, Xianjian took his disciples to participate in the Zhuxia meeting convened by the beggar gang. Xianwen went to Zhuxia, and Xiangxing followed secretly. Xianjian took a breath. Originally, Zuancheng and others were not going to take them. In order to facilitate Xianwen and his actions, Zuancheng and others who were able to fight with the white-clothed Buddhist 2 years ago will undoubtedly attract attention. That man attacked his mentor halfway, so Master Kuk's in a Pushan Shaolin temple was probably arranged by him. This time he brought the team, and if he was there, he would definitely find an opportunity to attack Shaolin temple. This trip is undoubtedly very dangerous, but with Xiangxing and I, there is nothing to worry about. Moreover, the participation of martial artists in national wars is different from that of the army. They are more likely to fight with the martial artists on the opposite side, or carry out decapitation operations. For the younger generation, the crisis is not very big. However, even so, we still need to be prepared before going. The Zhuxia army will set out, and the official battle should be 2 months later. Now the Beggar Gang conference is scheduled for January 15th, which is about 1.5 months away. Xianming looked at Zuancheng and others and said, "You can go, but there is a condition." Several people looked up, staring at Xianming without blinking, waiting for the conditions. He said, "Here are 3 volumes of scriptures. You can read them by yourself. If you can successfully master any of the 3 volumes within 1 month, I will take you there. Otherwise, with your current strength, it will not make much sense to go to the battlefield." After saying that, Monk Xianming took out a stack of scriptures that seemed to have just been copied and handed out 3 sheets to each person. After receiving the scriptures, Zuancheng and others immediately began to read them. After everyone else, Li Su, who was the last to receive the scriptures, was shocked and stunned the moment he received them. The reason is simple. The world book jumped out again. You know, the last time was when I was studying the 9 Yang manual. In other words, his pupils could not help but shrink, and a thought emerged in Li Su's mind. Could these 3 scriptures be the Shaolin Temple Yijinjing and the Vajra Indestructible Divine Art? He could not help but glance at the world book, page 6, page 7, and page 8. Secret book, unknown kung fu. Quality, super grade, pseudo super grade. Of the 3 exercises, except for the one on the 8th page, which says pseudo super quality, the first 2 are undoubtedly written as super first quality, which means they are at the same level as the 9 Yang manual. Hiss. Li Su couldn't help but take a breath. The Shaolin Temple does have exercises of the same level as the 9 Yang manual, but there are only 1 or 2 of them. He couldn't help but look down and read them. However, after reading the content, Li Su couldn't help but frown, and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes, especially when he finished reading all 3 volumes. The doubt in his eyes was undoubtedly even more intense. There is no doubt that the cultivation content in the scriptures is naturally not simple. The cotton palm is not worthy of carrying shoes, and even the formless robbery finger can be compared with the 3rd volume. But to say that the first 2 volumes are Yijinjing or Vajra Indestructible Divine Art is undoubtedly an exaggeration. It is far less extensive and large than the content of the 9 Yang manual. The first volume is about the Zaoshan method, which is a bit similar to the Luohan fist, but it is different. It is an internal circulation and static exercise. The requirements are very contradictory. You have to run it, but you have to not think about it. When it spontaneously circulates the ki through the heavenly ki, it can be considered as entry. The method of running is already very complicated, involving almost all the acupoints in the body, but you have to not think about it. How to let the true ki spontaneously form an internal circulation. The 2nd volume is also a static exercise, but the practice is different. It cultivates 1 breath. When the breath is taken into the body, the true ki will flourish and circulate through the heavenly ki. The longer the breath is, the farther the heavenly ki will go. When the breath can make the true ki circulate through the heavenly ki, it can be considered as entry. Let alone the 3rd volume, the first 2 volumes have only 100 words, plus the graphic explanations, and it is actually a super first class martial art. It is really hard to understand. However, there is no doubt that it is extremely difficult. especially the first volume. Lee Su really couldn't understand it. It has to circulate, and it has to be without thoughts and thoughts. Is this a joke? Now the Arahant true ki in his body circulates automatically and runs through the heavenly ki of the Arhat fist. If he wants to think, he can change the route. If he doesn't want to think, the true ki will definitely circulate through the heavenly ki of the Arhat fist. There is no solution at all. As for the second volume, it is also very difficult and a bit inhumane. It takes about an hour for the ki to circulate around the body, such as the Arhat fist. His breath is now long enough, and relying on the ki, he can breathe once every cup of tea, but that is also the limit. Breathing once an hour is simply a joke. Lee Su was like this, so Zhuan Cheng and others, needless to say, all raised their heads and looked at Monk Xianming. Monk Xianming said lightly, "These 3 volumes of skills are undoubtedly the supreme skills of my Shaolin temple. The difficulty of practicing is naturally very high, but once you have learned them, even if you go to the battlefield, you can protect yourself. This is the premise and the only condition for you to go. If not, you should stay in Shaolin temple. Otherwise, no matter where you go, you will just die in vain. Go out, you have a month." Chapter 33, Mentality Change. Lee Su let out a long breath and opened his eyes. The Arahant divine art was perfected. Just like the first time Monk Xianming taught him the art, the Arhat visualization diagram was all in his memory. He thought that his body would tingle for a while at the moment of final achievement, but he didn't expect that it would be a natural process in the end. He thought that it would take time to slowly get used to the meridians throughout his body. But he didn't expect that at the moment of success, the true ki naturally traveled through all the meridians in his body, and the original Arhat fist Zaoshan also changed, with Zaoshan as the main trunk, throughout the body. Every time it was circulated, the meridians in the whole body would be covered with true ki. Arhat golden body. Feeling the true ki filling his body, Lee Su found that he might not have simply mastered a martial art, but had undergone a transformation in essence. Even if he lost the Arahant true ki at this moment, he would not lose the Arahant golden body. It is undoubtedly a very happy thing to master the magic skills, but Lee Su pursed his lips tightly, sighed deeply, and resigned himself to taking out the 3 scrolls given by Monk Xianming. If possible, he did not want to go, nor did he want to practice this martial arts marked as super first class in the world book. But he is not a teenager after all. He has been in society in his previous life. The Songzai War is undoubtedly a major event. If you can go, you can go. If you can't go, you can't go. Where does the saying that you can only go after you have mastered the skills? This is internal strength, not fighting monsters to upgrade. Even if you say you have learned it, it takes a lot of time to transform it into strength little by little. 1 month. What about getting started? If you really go to Ziksha, this so-called skills are not even as useful as Luohan Fist. Therefore, it is certain that you can't practice it. Probably, Monk Xianming should be planning to take this matter and educate Zhuan Cheng and others, such as being impatient and not being able to eat hot tofu, so that they can calm down. Otherwise, with Zhuan Cheng and others' current mentality, once they go to the battlefield, 99% of them will not survive. Of course, Zhuan Cheng and they are Zhuan Cheng, and Lee Su is Lee Su. He was basically certain that he would be taken to participate in the Songzai War, so he began to practice the Arahant magic. After he came back, it was only a week, and he was already perfect. Of course, it would take time to fully perfect it. The purpose was also very simple. Naturally, it was to better practice the 3 scrolls passed down by Monk Xianming, or to be more precise, the second scroll. Lee Su gave up on the first one completely. There was an obvious logical conflict, and he didn't think he could break through in a short time. The third scroll, in addition to being a little lower in level, was also more difficult than the second one. It's not that the second scroll was simple, but that it had something in common with the Arhat fist and the Arahant magic that he practiced. The one breath Zaoshan was indeed troublesome, but the root of the true ki was somewhat similar to the Arhat fist Zaoshan. No, it should be said that it was more. That is, Lee Su was not starting from scratch when practicing the second scroll. The old monk also said that after practicing the Arahant magic, practicing other martial arts would have a bonus, So after returning, Li Su didn't rush to practice the nameless technique directly, but instead practiced the errand magic. Therefore, at this moment, Li Su's mentality was similar to Zhu Wencheng and the others, and he was eager to get started. However, his purpose was not to go to participate in the war, but to master more means of saving his life. Super first-class martial arts is undoubtedly the best means. Moreover, Zixu's declaration of war not only made Li Su realize that there is a certain difference between this world and the novel, but also made him realize a terrible thing. That is, the Song dynasty tended to be peaceful during the Xianlong Babu period, but it was not before. Zixu and the Song dynasty, during the 100 years from 990 to 1090 AD, there were many wars. Not only that, you should know that there is no Zhuan Kang in the novel. The monk of the Zhuan generation, that is to say, in this world, there is a great possibility that Zhuan Kang did not live to the Xianlong period. It is difficult for Li Su to determine whether it is because of his coming that Zhuan Kang, who should have died, continues to live, or whether Zhuan Kang's death has not yet arrived. According to the records in the real world, the degree of danger of entering the world fragments to obtain power is proportional to the distance from the power when you were born. The closer, the more dangerous it is. One step to change the stars. The real world Mirren Consortium took several generations of efforts to get it. Because Li Su had the plot of Xianlong Babu in his mind, although many things happened in Shaolin Temple, it was still safe overall. As a result, he was directly sent to half a century before the beginning of the story. Perhaps if he changed to someone in a marginal corner, it would be a completely different story. Think about it, if you enter Shaolin Temple and become a high-ranking monk, you can easily get your Jinjing and Vajra indestructible, which are peerless magical skills. Why is it so simple that no one in the real world has obtained Yi Jinjing so far? After hundreds of years, Shaolin Temple, as a leader of the righteous way, cannot be unknown. The Mirren family was taken away after several generations, so why is there no one in Shaolin Temple? Undoubtedly, this made Li Su feel a sense of crisis. Lying flat may not be realistic. In the fragments of the world, the longer you live, the greater the probability of death. Therefore, Li Su's mentality has changed somewhat at this moment. It is not waiting to become stronger, but working hard to become stronger. At least it will not be easily killed by others. Taking a breath, Li Su directly practiced according to the content of the second volume of the exercises. Well, it is difficult. However, compared with the Arhat golden body before the completion, it feels a lot easier. Sure enough, the best option is to first practice the Arhat divine art to perfection. Then, you only need to practice step by step. You should be able to practice one of the 3 volumes of scriptures by the end of the month. A breath of true ki circulates around the body. With the perfection of the Arhat golden body, what should have been difficult has become much simpler. After the perfection of the golden body, the tendons and veins seem to have been thoroughly expanded, so that the speed of the ki circulation has also increased. Originally 1 circle per hour, it has become half an hour. And if you improve your concentration, you can complete a circle in less than half an hour. Therefore, for Li Su at this moment, the most troublesome problem in the second volume of the scripture has been almost solved. Sure enough, there are some troubles. How to say it? It's like being used to eating with chopsticks and suddenly changing to a fork, which is very uncomfortable. From the original Arhat Zaoshan to the Zaoshan of the nameless technique, there is a feeling of wanting to change back. Exhale. Failed for the first time. The breath is enough to complete one Zaoshan in one breath. The only trouble is the change of Zaoshan. However, it should be okay after a few more attempts. Thinking of this, Li Su began to adapt and get used to it through repeated attempts. After about 5 or 6 times, he finally realized the first Zaoshan cycle according to the method. I think the next step is to get used to using Zaoshan in that way through a repeated practice. It would be best if he could form this extremely skilled process of Zaoshan just after taking a breath. Li Su was suddenly stunned, with a puzzled look on his face. With a puzzled look on his face, he spit out the air in his chest and dispersed the Zaoshan. Then, he took a breath and wanted to form Zaoshan again. ? With almost no effort, his true ki quickly formed the Zaoshan shape recorded in the nameless method. Did he succeed? Li Su's face was not only puzzled, although it was said that the purpose of completing the Ahad Divine Art was to practice the second volume of the Nameless method faster, but even so, he did not think it would be easy. It should be quite difficult. As a result, how long has it been? Less than an hour. Recalling his experience of learning the Ahad Divine Art and the formless tribulation finger, Li Su touched his face and thought, forget it, don't dwell on it. After all, in front of his 275% added talent, the hell level difficulty mentioned by the old monk Xianming is actually just simple. Closing his eyes, Li Su began to comprehend quietly. Unlike the Ahad Divine Art, Li Su discovered, as soon as he entered the door, that this kung fu should be cultivated for that force. After several times of dispersing the ki, Li Su found that, even if the accumulated force was dispersed, because of the end of the work, it did not disappear, but still existed, just scattered in the meridians and not visible. And every time he practiced, this force would increase. In this case, just continue to go deeper. Getting started is not his goal, but great successes. Chapter 34 Killing to Protect Life. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Li Su stopped practicing boxing and practiced the Nameless technique every day. The more he practiced, the more he found this technique extraordinary. Perhaps, this is why it is a super first grade martial art, while the Ahad Divine Art is only a first grade martial art. So far, after nearly a week of practice, Li Su found that the skill he practiced has at least 3 abilities. First, it generates force. Second, force will strengthen the body, especially the increase in strength is very fast. Third, it gives the true ki the properties of heaviness and cohesion. Li Su knows the Ahad true ki best. It is extremely explosive, like a hedgehog with needles. Even if the cotton palm is perfect, it can only slightly restrain the pricking feeling. But as this skill began to be practiced, the Ahad true ki was still violent and well restrained. It's not that it doesn't hurt people anymore, but that the pricking feeling has changed from being understood by seeing it to being felt by touching it with your hands. Undoubtedly, the latter's pricking degree far exceeds the former. Moreover, as the force gradually formed a scale under Li Su's skin, he found that the defense of his skin was rapidly getting stronger. Feeling the effect of the Nameless technique, Li Su had a vague guess in his heart. Could this skill be the Vajra Indestructible Divine Art? That so-called force is actually the unique protective energy of the Vajra Indestructible Divine Art. Although he thought about it, Li Su did not stop practicing, but continued to circulate his internal force and practice according to the method of the Nameless technique. Thinking of this, he was not only a little excited. If it is really the Vajra Indestructible Divine Art, he really grasped it again. Once the practice is successful, it is not only to save your life, but also to go to the world. The Vajra Indestructible Divine Art has the effects of being indestructible, immune to all poisons, indestructible, and invincible. Of course, although he thought about it, Li Su became more and more stable. After all, in Buddhist martial arts, impatience is a taboo. Going crazy and losing power is just a small matter, and dying is a big problem. And time passed day by day, and 25 days soon passed from a month. Obviously, Zhu and Cheng and the others' practice had no effect. Especially for a few days in a row, the eyes of several people showed inexplicable changes, with abnormal redness and anxiety. Looking at the reactions of several people, Li Su frowned. The reactions of these guys may not only fail to practice the 3 volumes of the Nameless skills, but if they continue like this, they may become possessed. Li Su took a breath and planned to stop these guys first. If it doesn't work, he will go to find a master. However, as soon as the thought fell, a figure came directly over. It was Monk Xianming. Looking at Zhu and Cheng and others with red eyes, Monk Xianming took a deep breath and said angrily, "Evil obstacles, don't you wake up." A low shout, like thunder in the ground, shocked Zhu and Cheng and others, and the running skills dispersed in an instant. Puff. Among them, Zhu and Cheng and Zhu and Ci were the worst, and they spit out a large mouthful of blood. It was obvious that the true energy in the body was out of control. If they were not awakened by Monk Xianming's voice, they would probably really become possessed if they continued. Although Zhu and Ji and the others were less seriously injured, they were not in good condition either. Their faces were abnormally pale and their breathing was unstable. Looking at the few people, Xianming showed an extremely disappointed look on his face. To cultivate Buddhism, one must cultivate the mind, and to cultivate martial arts, one must cultivate the mind even more. Judging from your performance, even if you really succeed, your master will not take you to participate in the Songzia War. It is not surprising that there are emotions due to national hatred and family feuds. Buddha can have no boundaries, but people cannot. Moreover, the way of cultivating Buddhism is not the way of a stubborn stone. Buddha holds a diamond to kill thieves, killing external thieves, and even internal thieves. Tell your master, what are you going to Xixia for? To resist the invasion of the Song dynasty by Xixia soldiers? To protect the people of the Song dynasty from being killed by Xixia soldiers? To prevent others from having their families destroyed like you? Or are you just going to the battlefield to vent your anger? Just to kill people? If so, what is the difference between you and the Xixia soldiers? Zhu and Cheng and the others were shocked, and they couldn't help but open their eyes wide and tremble all over. Monk Xianming said, "Tell me, did you really take revenge by becoming like your enemy for revenge?" After being stunned for a moment, they opened their mouths and wanted to say something, but they couldn't say a word. In the end, all 7 of them closed their eyes in great pain. Looking at the expressions of the few people, Xianming took a breath. His expression eased and said, "In fact, whether you can practice the exercises in the 3 volumes of scriptures or not, the master will take you there." Zuancheng and the others trembled and raised their heads in disbelief. "I'm a disciple of Buddhism, but first and foremost a Song citizen. As a Song citizen, it is a duty to help Xixia invade the Central Plains. The reason why I asked you to practice the method before I take you there is that I want to see what you will do." Monk Xianming sighed. People who have not experienced national hatred and family feuds will never understand the pain inside. I will not tell you to let it go, but precisely because of this pain, you should understand better than anyone how terrible it is to despise human life and how much pain it will cause. Tell me, what are you going to do in Xixia? Zhu and Cheng and the others could not help but shout out, their faces full of tears and guilt, and they shouted loudly and firmly, "Master, we are going there to protect the people of the Song dynasty, so that no one will be the same as us." Xianming smiled, "Very good. Then from today until departure, do you have any objection to the punishment of carrying 100 loads of water every day?" "No." "Very good. Hand in the scriptures and go." Zhu and Cheng and the others nodded immediately, took out the scriptures, walked to the monk Xianming, returned them without hesitation, and returned to their original place. Looking at the disciples who returned the scriptures without any regrets, the monk Xianming smiled with great satisfaction. This wave of education was good, and it corrected Zhu and Cheng and the others' ideas in time. After returning from Xixia, the hostility in the hearts of several people should be eliminated. With this characterization, it is basically foolproof to become the backbone of Shaolin in the future. When do you say that revenge will end? You say that you can become a Buddha by putting down your butcher knife. Hearty UI. What a joke. If so, how did the 13 monks of the Tang dynasty come from? Isn't it just to pacify the world? Monks are compassionate. Is there anything more compassionate than the people of the world living in peace? No. Thinking about it, Xianming suddenly paused, and his eyes began to drift. Not only him, but Zhu and Cheng and others also began to drift. And the target was none other than Li Su. In tacit agreement, Zhu and Cheng and the others gave Li Su a look. "Brother, what do you mean? Everyone has handed it in. Why are you standing there? Hurry up, let's go get water together." Xianming was also a little unhappy. What's the matter with this kid? I've made it so clear. Why don't you hurry up? Don't think that, just because you can't speak, your master doesn't know your inner anger. Xianming naturally checked Li Su and confirmed that there was no problem with his voice channel. Not being able to speak should be a psychological problem. Speaking of psychology, there is undoubtedly only one thing that can be thought of, the invasion of Western Zaire. However, seeing that your eyes are full of admiration, your master will be generous and not mind your slow reaction. Hurry up and hand it in. That's right, Li Su's eyes are full of respect at this moment. It's just that the sentence Buddha has no boundaries, but people have made him feel extremely shocked. There were idiots in the modern world before the crossing who didn't understand, but the monks in the Song dynasty realized it. How can we not respect it? Not to mention that monk Xianming never said from beginning to end that it was not allowed to break the precepts and kill people, but wanted Zhu and Cheng and the others to understand why they killed people. Even Li Su, after hearing these words, couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. However, respect is respect, but returning the skills, water carrying punishment, etc., should be waived. After thinking about it, Li Su took out a charcoal pencil and wrote lightly, "Killing is to protect life, and killing karma is not killing people." These two short sentences made Zhu and Cheng and others widen their eyes, and even Xianming couldn't help but widen his eyes at this moment, with goosebumps all over his body. These two sentences are really in line with the Buddha in his heart. Killing is to protect life, and killing karma is not killing people. But, at this moment, looking at Li Su again, his eyes are clear and his breath is deep, which is obviously very different from Zhu and Cheng and others. Obviously, he did not become a demon because of Zixu's obsession. Wait, deep breath. Does Arhat's true ki have this characteristic? Suddenly, monk Xianming thought of something, narrowed his eyes, stared at Li Su, and opened his mouth for a long time. No way. It can't be. This is impossible, right? This kid. Has he mastered it? Taking a step forward, monk Xianming couldn't help but stretch out his finger and press it. Although the recoil force coming from his fingertips was not strong, it was unquestionable. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Ami, you Tuofo, Lord Buddha, you are biased, aren't you? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35, The Uncomfortable Xianzi Generation. Junior brother, Xianming. Ah, I'm here. What's up? Senior brother, what's up? I called you several times, but you didn't hear me. Ah, no, it's just me. Looking at the incoherent monk Xianming, Abbot Xianjian sighed deeply. They were clearly discussing the matter of going to Zixia, but Xianming looked absent-minded. On the side, monk Xianxing frowned and said, "Xianming, what are you doing at such an important time?" Xianwen also frowned. There was no doubt that the next plan would affect the future of Shaolin. Xianming hesitated for a while, took a deep breath, clasped his hands together and said, "Amitabha, I'm sorry senior brothers, something happened before I came here, and I'm a little uneasy. I don't know where to start." Xianxing frowned and was about to speak. Xianjian raised his hand to stop Xian Crossing from speaking, and looked at Xianming with some curiosity, saying, "What happened? Why did you lose your temper?" Xianming thought about it, and it was obvious that the matter could not be concealed. Even if no one knew about it now, it would be discovered after going to Zixia. "Brother, do you still remember that, in order to test the disciples and observe their character, I wrote down the 3 of the 4 great magic skills of our sect, the Yi Jinjing, the Vajra indestructible magic skill, and the introductory chapter of the Bodhi-Heart Sutra, and sent them to Zhu and Cheng and the others?" Xianjian nodded. Of course he knew this. Normally, it would not be allowed. There is no doubt that no matter which of the 3 great magic skills, it would be extremely difficult to get started. You know the Arhat magic skill, right? In the past 100 years, only Zhu and Kang has succeeded in practicing it. The 4 great magic skills are undoubtedly more difficult. And this kind of difficulty is not simply difficult to practice, but the content is too profound. Without decades of martial arts experience, it is impossible to practice it. Xianjian said with a smile. Not only have Zhu and Cheng and his friends been carrying water recently, but the hostility between their eyebrows has also decreased a lot. What's wrong? Is there a problem? I see that Zhu and Cheng and his friends are doing well. Xianwen and Xian Crossing also nodded, rarely showing smiles on their faces. When it comes to educating people, Xianming is undoubtedly very good, which is why he became the head of the Arhat Hall. Xianming took a breath, hesitated for a moment and said, "The effect of educating them is good, but the first 7 people to be punished are not all 8. Huh." Several people were stunned. They only knew that Zhuan Cheng and his friends were not practicing these days and were carrying water every day. They didn't really pay much attention to how many people there were. Why? Killing is to protect life, and killing karma is not killing people. Xian Jian and his friends widened their eyes at the same time. What a phrase. The one who was not punished is Zhuan Kong, and he also wrote this sentence. The eyes of the three people lit up. This comprehension is really good. To be able to understand this truth, the head of the discipline academy can be considered to have a successor. Oh, I remember he practiced the Arhat divine art. Very good. After he succeeds, I can start to teach him the discipline academy's techniques. In addition to not being punished, Zhuan Kong also did something. Xian Jian was stunned, frowned and said, just say it directly. What's the point of being fussy? What did Zhuan Kong do? His talent and ability, as long as it does not violate the 2 points of Shaolin Temple, that he hurt his fellow disciples and commit treason. Nothing. He just learned the second volume of the 3 volumes of techniques I passed on to them for trial. Xian Jian smiled and said immediately, so he learned the techniques. I thought he did something else. What did you say? Xian Ming said with a numbscalp. He learned one of them, the second volume. Xian Jian's mouth twitched, and Xian Wen and the others also widened their eyes at this moment. What is the second volume? Bodhi Heart Sutra. Vajra Indestructible Divine Art. Puff. Although the Yi Jinjing is the first technique of Shaolin Temple, but Vajra Indestructible Divine Art is exclusive to the headmaster. Those who can learn it are basically the successors of the next abbot, unless they give up on their own. Monk Xianjian couldn't help but ask, he succeeded? How did he succeed? Xian Ming's mouth twitched. That was his reaction. In fact, he did too. Following Zhuan Kong's attitude, Xian Ming said with a helpless look on his face, according to the requirements in the scriptures, then the practice was successful. Well, Zhuan Kong answered like this. The corners of Xianjian's mouth twitched wildly. What kind of answer is this? According to, then succeeded? If the Vajra Indestructible Divine Art is so simple, would Shaolin Temple still be in such a predicament now? No, this can't be. So what am I? What am I who hasn't even entered the door? After practicing for 10 years, Xianjian and others felt that their decades of Buddhist hearts were broken. Ami, you Tuofo, Lord Buddha, how biased are you? That's right, Xianjian, Xianwen, Xiangxing, including Xianming, all 4 of them have practiced the Vajra Indestructible Divine Art. And this is undoubtedly very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. For a time, the abbot and the chief seat were not popular anymore. If you compare yourself to others, you will die. If you compare goods to others, you will throw them away. If Master Lin Kuan had not passed away, he would have despised them at this moment. They still remembered that Master Lin Kuan had said more than once that you were the worst class I had ever taught. Is it difficult? Is it that difficult? Do this, and then this. Won't it work? It's clearly written in the book. Why can't you practice it? Master, you left too early. If you were still alive, you would probably be furious, right? The Vajra Indestructible Divine Art. Master Lin Kuan's biggest regret in life was that he couldn't learn it. Otherwise, cough, cough. They coughed almost at the same time, and Xianjian and the others looked at each other silently and quickly restrained their emotions. Brother, what should we do? What should we do? It's okay, we've already learned it. No, I mean, should we take Zhuan Kong with us? You mean this? Take him. Xianwen and Xiangxing couldn't help but speak out at this moment. Brother, that's Vajra Indestructible, and Zhuan Kong's age. If he is given 20 years, the world's #1 may not necessarily be Xiaoyao sect. Xianjian took a breath and said softly, each disciple who goes this time will be given a Dahuan Dan. Xianming and the others were startled, and the words they were about to say were instantly blocked in their hearts. Damn, I forgot this. Dahuan Dan is the unique holy medicine of Shaolin Temple. It can revive people and improve their skills. How many people desire it? Therefore, Shaolin Temple has set a rule that disciples of this sect are absolutely not allowed to use Dahuan Dan to practice martial arts. Violators, no matter who they are, even the abbot of Shaolin Temple, will be expelled from the sect. Therefore, for so long. It was only 2 years ago when Xuanzin and his partner were too seriously injured that they had the opportunity to take it, and they only used 1/3 of it, and this was because he fought against the white-robed Buddhist for his master. Why did they let Xuancheng and his team participate in the Songzia War? In addition to attracting attention, this was also one of the purposes. Although Xuancheng and his team were extremely talented, they had too little experience, which was a common problem among Shaolin monks. Therefore, although the Songzia War was dangerous, it was also a rare opportunity. If they could participate to a certain extent, it would undoubtedly be of great help to their future. Chapter 36 Jianan Prefecture. Jianan Prefecture borders Zixia. The last war took place at Sanchuankao, not far away, and the Song army was defeated. Going west from Henan, Xianming led Li Su and others to Jianan Prefecture, which was also the place where martial artists gathered this time. The straight line distance was nearly 1,000 miles, but it only took 5 days for them to stand outside the city of Jianan Prefecture. Li Su let out a long breath and had a new understanding of martial arts. 5 days, that is, more than 200 miles a day. This was to take care of them, otherwise the monk Xianming who was the leader would probably be faster. And when they started to hurry, the true Qi showed its terrible effect. It was like a perpetual motion machine, climbing over mountains and ridges all day long. Even if they rested until dark, they were sweating all over, but in the end they were only slightly tired, and their legs were a little sore. And after practicing all night until dawn, they were still energetic the next day, as if they would not accumulate lactic acid at all. No wonder after hearing the news of Zixia's army, monk Xianming let them prepare for more than a month. There is obviously a huge difference between martial artists and ordinary people. Even now that they have arrived in Jianan Prefecture, more than a month has passed, and Zixia has only just deployed its army in Yunzhou, Longzhou, Hongzhou, and Yanzhou, which are at the border with the Song dynasty. These 4 states are basically connected to Jianan Prefecture, except that Yunzhou is close to Taiyuan Prefecture. For this reason, the Song dynasty summoned troops to gather in Qingzhou, Jianan Prefecture, and Yangel City to fight against the upcoming military conflict. Originally, Li Su was a little surprised. At this juncture, it is reasonable that the Song dynasty government should monitor or even prohibit the gathering of martial artists like them. But in fact, after arriving in Jianan Prefecture, Li Su found that they were basically not restricted from entering. After hearing that they were masters from Shaolin Temple, the garrison soldiers showed respect on their faces. What the hell is this? Is there a connection between the rivers and lakes and the officialdom? Facing the surprised eyes of Li Su and others, monk Xianming said directly, there has been constant war around the Song dynasty. Not to mention Zixia, there have been countless battles with the Liao kingdom. Basically, the martial artists in the central plains will participate in some battles, fighting with the Zixia Yipintang or the people of the Liao kingdom Shenshen. The government knows that we exist, and will give us some conveniences during the war. Liao kingdom Shenshen? What kind of organization is this? Li Su was a little confused and found that the story of Xian Long Babu, which should be very familiar, became more and more unfamiliar. However, think about it. Zixia has Yipintang. Why does the Liao kingdom have nothing? Under the qualitative change brought about by the true Qi, a country without relevant military institutions is absolutely courting death. When the battle starts, send people directly to carry out the decapitation tactic. Without the support of masters, it's a dream. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As soon as I entered Jianan Mansion, I was greeted by a middle-aged man, 2 old beggars with many patches on their clothes, and a young man. What is of concern is that the 2 old beggars have very torn outer clothes, 9 cloth bags hanging on their bodies, and their aura is extremely strong. Obviously people with great skills. As for the middle-aged man in the lead, his aura is so strong that it is even stronger than that of monk Xianming. He walks like a dragon and a tiger, which makes people unforgettable at first sight. The middle-aged man walked over directly, clasped his fists and said, I received a report from my disciples that the monks from Shaolin Temple have arrived, but I didn't expect that Master Xianming would bring people here in person. I'm sorry for not welcoming them. Monk Xianming clasped his hands together and said, Amitabha, why did you trouble gang leader Guan to come out in person to welcome them? I'm ashamed. Ashamed. Li Su and others raised their eyebrows. Gang Li Guan. Following behind him were two old beggars with 9 bags. Their identities were obviously self-evident. The middle-aged man should be the leader of the beggar sect of this generation, the one who initiated the Xuxia society, Guan Xianan. After chatting for a while, the leader of the Guan clan raised his hand and said, Master Xianming, please come in for a chat. Giant Tong, you take the young masters to rest. Okay, master. The young man who came with him nodded. Okay. Monk Xianming nodded, turned his head, and glanced at Li Su and others and said, Zuanji, you take the junior brothers down to settle down. Yes, master. Zuanji nodded. Zuanji, the oldest of the Zuan generation who came this time, is the first Zuan generation disciple. He is older than Zuangxin, and his strength is also one of the best in the Zuan generation, on par with Zuangxin. Giant Tong. In the team, Li Su glanced at the young man who spoke. The other party should be Wang Jiantong, right? The future leader of the Beggars clan. The one who was pitted by Mirang Bo together with Zuansi. However, this guy was lucky, and died of illness. Otherwise, with Zhao Yuanshan's personality, the other party would definitely die miserably. Of course, if this guy didn't die, Zhao Feng's identity would not have been exposed so early, right? The series of changes that followed would not necessarily happen. After Monk Xianming and Guan Xianan and the others left, Wang Jiantong came over and said, Hello, young masters. I'm Wang Jiantong, an 8th generation disciple of the Beggars sect. Please follow me. Asterisk 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 how could one live in such a place? Li Su touched his cheek, looking at an inn that was equivalent to at least a 3 or 4-star hotel in the real world. The inn was very large. The lobby on the first floor alone was hundreds of square meters, and there were many people sitting in it with strange clothes. As Li Su and the others entered, many people turned their eyes. The voices of the conversation paused. Young masters, this is the number 1 room for you. Please come this way. Wang Jiantong did not leave directly after entering the store, but led them to the room. TSK, the genius of the Beggars sect leads the way. The number 1 room. I thought it was someone else. It turns out that it is just a Shaolin temple that is living off its old capital. A voice sounded extremely harsh. The speaker was a young man in a black brocade robe at one of the tables in the hall. This is the Songzia War. Shaolin temple is really interesting. They actually sent a group of kids here. They are worthy of being the master of the martial arts world. After the words fell, Zhu and Cheng and others' faces suddenly changed. Undoubtedly, their mentality is not good enough to be indifferent to being ridiculed in person. Wang shut up. Wang Jiantong spoke. As the master of the Central Plains martial arts world, Shaolin Temple has always been respected. Even if it is said that it has not been well known in the martial arts world in recent years, especially with the lack of young people, its prestige has declined a bit. But even so, the master still dare not be careless about Shaolin Temple, but attaches great importance to it. Why? Of course it is because of strength. Among all the sects in the world, one thing to say is that Shaolin Temple has the most alternative style. Most sects have new stars and geniuses. Shaolin Temple does not follow this style. This sect belongs to the style of Jianggu. Apart from other things, the monk Xianming who led the team this time gave Wang Jiantong great pressure, almost like his master. Wang Jiantong can become the future leader of the Beggars sect, no matter how smart or strong he is. He can naturally realize what Li Su can see. Shaolin Temple does not like fighting and killing, and it is normal to be a little weaker than others at the same level. But his master, Guan Xianan, has definitely fought all the way to become a master, and has experienced countless life and death battles. The result? The difference between the two is not much. Not only that, at the beginning, although Wang Jiantong was a little dissatisfied with the young age of the Shaolin disciples who came, this is the Songzia War, what can a group of children do? But along the way, Wang Jiantong couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Not to mention the big monks, the breath of those little monks is all very calm, and some of them should even have reached the Zaoshan realm. Damn. Isn't it said that the painting style of Shaolin Temple is more spicy as it gets older? Wang Jiantong apologized. I'm sorry young masters. The atmosphere of war is getting more and more intense. This bastard usually drinks a few cups of horse urine to calm down. Please don't mind it. Xuanji smiled and was about to say something. Wang stood up all of a sudden with a little bit of alcohol on his body. Instead of calming down, he said angrily, "Brother Wang, you are naturally convinced, but what are these little monks? This inn was specially prepared by the government for martial arts heroes who came to help during the war. I'm not strong enough, so I accept this arrangement of living in a common bed, but why do they have the right? The Xianzi number 1 room can only be used by famous heroes in the martial arts world. A group of young monks who are still wet behind the ears can enter the Xianzi number 1 room just because of a few words of the righteous master. They are going in, and I, Tongzan, am the first one who is not convinced." As Tongzan spoke, everyone in the hall turned their eyes to him in an instant. Although almost no one spoke, their eyes changed. As for Shaolin Temple, although it has not been well known in the past 100 years as a leader of the righteous path, it is naturally a top-notch temple. But why should a group of young monks be so famous? Chapter 37 8-14 or 15-year-old second rate. I was completely looked down upon. Li Su covered his head and sighed. Although he had guessed that the current reputation of Shaolin Temple might not be as good as that of the Xianlang period, he did not expect that it would fall to the point where it was questioned by the scattered names in the martial arts world. After all, when he came out, Monk Xianming still explained some things along the way. For example, it is very likely that someone would find fault with him. After all, no Shaolin Temple disciple has gone down the mountain to walk in the martial arts world for more than 20 years. In a place like the martial arts world, if you don't make any noise for a few years, you will be forgotten, let alone more than 20 years. You mean lay disciples? There are lay disciples in Shaolin Temple, but generally they go down the mountain to the escort agency or to organizations related to the government. Generally, they rarely get involved in the martial arts world. After all, lay disciples practice martial arts, but not kung fu. Xuanzi curiously asked why there have been no Shaolin Temple disciples walking in the martial arts world. Although Xianming replied that the Xuan generation has not grown up yet, Li Su can see from Monk Xianming's face that the Xian generation is obviously not very powerful. Moreover, to make a name in the martial arts world, you still have to look at the younger generation. The strength of the Xianzi generation is undoubtedly enough, but when you come down the mountain in your 40s or 50s, do you have the nerve to fight with a group of teenagers? It's embarrassing not to fight, and it's even more embarrassing to fight. Therefore, before Xuanzi of Shaolin Temple, the status was very awkward. The Mountain Gate's hard power is not afraid of even the Xiaoyao sect, but when it comes to the younger generation, it's a pain in the ass, and there is no one who can show off. Not convinced? Then try your hand. Xuanzi, who is a lively person, spoke at the first time, and jumped directly from the stairs with a leap. After a flip in the void, it fell slowly and strangely. With Xuanzi's action, many people in the hall stared at the eyes in an instant, and their faces showed solemn expressions. Whether you have kung fu or not, you have to show your skills first. And this one is a bit scary. Second rate. Hiss. Are you kidding? Looking at the reactions of the crowd, Li Su sighed. This is good. The disciples of Shaolin Temple will definitely receive huge attention. There are grades for martial artists. The grades are quite simple. 5. They are 9th rate, 3rd rate, 2nd rate, 1st rate, and super 1st rate. Those who know 1 or 2 sets of martial arts, practice Zhuanggang, and cultivate Qi are 9th rate, which is the so-called small shrimp. And those who practice a set of martial arts to a high level, and master the killing type of moves, and form a certain internal force, are considered 3rd rate. This kind of people are basically famous in the martial arts world, and the Wanga who jumped out is almost at this level. There are not many standards for 2nd rate, only one. In the state of Zaoshan, the internal Qi forms a Zaoshan circulation, and the true Qi can spread throughout the body, making it exist in violation of certain physical principles. And 1st rate masters, and those who are recognized as 1st rate in the martial arts world, can fight with more than 3 people without being defeated, and they can be considered 1st rate. Now the Xianzi generation of Shaolin Temple is 1st rate, and the leader of the beggar gang, Guan Xianan, is also 1st rate. As for super first rate, it all depends on the record and is recognized by the martial arts world. Therefore, although they were new and had little practical experience, it was obvious that apart from Zuan-Ji, who was nearly 20 years old, including Li Su himself, the 8 young monks who came this time had undoubtedly completed the Zhaoshan. That is, they had entered the second-rate level. With a start, the rather drunk Wang Er immediately sobered up. Zuan-Ci looked eager, bent his 5 fingers, and dug a claw on the pillar beside him, smiling and said, "Let me learn from you, and see how my Shaolin disciples are." Cap. The extremely hard stone pillar directly cracked into 5 shocking claw marks, which were 1 centimeter deep. Hiss. On the stairs, Wang Jiantang's eyelids jumped. The powerful Vajra finger, the dragon catching skill. At this level, if you want to catch someone, the flesh and bones will be rotten, right? Damn, what the hell is this? Wait. The dragon catching skill. Suddenly, Wang Jiantang remembered a rumor from 2 years ago. The story of the abandoned disciple of Pushan Shaolin Temple, Beiyi Fuzi Chenkong, challenging Shaolin Temple and being defeated by a group of 12 to 13-year-old kids from Shaolin Temple. Undoubtedly, it became a joke after it spread. After all, everyone knows that the younger generation of Shaolin Temple is not up to the standard, and the powerful ones are the old guys. But Wang Jiantang is different. He knows Beiyi Fuzi, and later met him once. He asked about this matter during the chat. I still remember the expression of Beiyi Fuzi at that time. He nodded with a wry smile. It was true. After seeing those people, I realized how big the world is. 5 of them are worse, but their strength is not bad. They have completed the Zhaoshan, and it is only a matter of time for them to become second rate. Then there are 2 who are very strong, not worse than him. Not only is the Vajra finger quite mature, but he has also practiced the top martial arts of the dragon catching skill to the level of a killing move. He will definitely be first rate in the future. As for the last one, how to describe it? Monster. Yes, it is a monster. I have practiced the demon sleeve for 10 years, and I have just touched the realm of one sleeve to subdue demons. The opponent is only 11 or 12 years old, but he has mastered the Shaolin Temple's top level finger technique, the Wuxiangjizi, to the point where 2 fingers are without form. To be honest, if he were the same age as me, I would be the loser 100%. Some people may wonder, it's just a claw that breaks a stone pillar, what's so scary? If you think so, you are really thinking too much. Fingers and fists are 2 different concepts. You can tell at a glance that Zuan-Ci's finger strength is true ki, not external horizontal training. Although external horizontal training can also produce such an effect, it is impossible to do so without more than 10 years of hard training. The most important thing is that true ki has a secondary damage effect. If you are scratched by external horizontal training, it will be fine, but if you are scratched by internal true ki, a small wound on the back of your hand can make your entire arm useless. Look, he glanced at Wang Er. At this moment, he was not only sober, but also trembling. Here I'm talking about why Zhaoshan is a second-rate benchmark. The reason is very simple, because only the Zhaoshan can resist the body-breaking ki, whether there is a fight or not. Even if it is just a skin-breaking injury, you can be seriously injured. Otherwise it will be extremely difficult for you to kill him. Even in the weak Zhaoshan, there will be a certain degree of protection. Wang Jiantang took a deep breath, and not only took a look at the young monks except Zuan-Ji, the leader of the team. These 8 people are very likely the 8 mentioned by the white-robed Buddhist. Snap. 8 second-rate people aged 14 or 15. It is well known that the younger generation of Shaolin Temple is not very good. What are they doing? Wang Jiantang took a breath and said, Master Zuan-Ci, please stop. Huh? Why? Isn't he unconvinced? Zuan-Ci was startled. Although he was very unhappy about his master being insulted, it was still very interesting to fight with people other than his fellow apprentices. After all, Zuan Cheng was too abnormal, Zuan Kang was too perfunctory in fighting, and although the others were not bad, they could not even be considered as sparring when fighting. They were too familiar, without any novelty, and he could know what the opponent's next move would be with his eyes closed. It's not easy to get provoked, just a good time to test my strength. Wang Jiantang smiled bitterly when he heard it. Unconvinced. To put it bluntly, what qualifications does a third-rate person in the martial arts world have to be unconvinced by a destined second-rate master? Look at Wang Er. His face is full of sweat, his eyes are wide open, and it is obvious that his brain is completely unable to process the information he has received. Immediately, he was about to say something. When I heard the 3 words Shaolin Temple, I was not only looking forward to it, but I didn't expect it to be you. It's been a long time. It should have been 2 years since I last saw you, Master Zhuangzi. At this time, a very familiar voice came, and a handsome young man slowly floated down. Zhuangzi frowned, said nothing, raised his hand and said, although I don't know why, I was furious when I heard the voice. Watch this. Capture the Dragon King. His body moved, and the ultimate move was launched. After 2 years, Master's move to capture the Dragon King has become more and more fierce. The man had a faint smile on his face, did not dodge, waved his sleeves, and swept directly towards Zhuangzi. It was the demon subduing sleeve. Bang! The 2 huge forces collided and exploded in the air in an instant. Zhuangzi raised his eyebrows and fell to the ground, then stepped back a few steps. It's you? The Buddhist disciple in white. Chapter 38, Buddhist Shaolin, Taoist Shanking. White-robed Buddhist Sun. As soon as the 4 characters Fu appeared, Zhu and Cheng and the others frowned, and a cold look appeared in their eyes. Although the Pushan Mountain visit ended with Shaolin Temple winning, Zhu and Cheng and the others could not accept the result at the time. 8 people came together, but they could not even force the opponent to use all their strength, which undoubtedly made the few people who thought they were talented very uncomfortable. Especially Zhu and Cheng, who had never lost since he started practicing martial arts. He felt uncomfortable for a long time after that. However, as soon as their eyes met, Zhuangzi was stunned. Why do you have long hair? Can monks have long hair? Originally smiling and ready to say something, the white-robed Buddhist couldn't help but twitch his mouth. After taking a deep breath, he smiled bitterly and said, Master Zhuangzi, I have left Pushan since the battle at Shaolin Temple. I know. Zhuangzi said puzzledly, you left Pushan? But what does this have to do with your long hair? You are a monk. The white-robed Buddhist was stunned and stood there in a daze for a long time before he murmured, really? Is that so? It turned out that the master asked me to return to secular life directly because he had seen that I did not have a heart for Buddhism. Looking back on the past 2 years, although sometimes I missed the days when I was still a monk, most of the time I was free. When he was in the temple, in fact, he liked practicing martial arts more than chanting scriptures. The experience of walking out of the mountains was undoubtedly his happiest time. After figuring out the key, the Buddhist disciple in white shook his head and laughed at the regret he had been feeling for the past 2 years. When he saw Zhuangzi and the others, he felt a strong emotion in his heart. Now thinking about it, it was really ridiculous. If you are not a Buddha, why pretend to be one? After leaving Sangshan, I returned to secular life. Zhuangzi was stunned, and a big question mark appeared on his forehead. Return to secular life. He still understood this word, which means not to be a monk. But wait, what does it mean to return to secular life after leaving Sangshan? Haha, brotherly, are they the talented and brilliant disciples of the Shaolin Temple in Sangshan that you have been talking about? Another voice sounded, and a young man who was also dressed in a white robe, graceful and elegant, walked down from the 2nd floor. Sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, extraordinary momentum, with a trace of untraceable arrogance between his eyebrows. The same chic, but completely different from the Buddhist disciple in white. And next to the young man, there were 2 women. One of them was dressed in green, like a lotus emerging from the water, with a pure white jade pendant hanging from his waist and a Han sword in his sleeve. The other one was younger, cute and naive, with a bun on his head and big eyes, looking eccentric. I've always heard about Shaolin dragon catching kung fu from my master, but this is the first time I've actually seen it. Hey, brother Murang, the Shaolin temple fingering, and the Gusu family fingering are both world famous, ranking in the top 3. I wonder which one is better? The young man named Murang smiled and said, Miss Yulong, Shaolin temple martial arts are profound and profound, the top of Buddhism, and it's hard to match them in the martial arts world. The Murang family fingering is just a false reputation in the martial arts world. Even the Taiyin mysterious finger used by Miss Yulong is beyond the reach of Murin. Taiyin mysterious finger. Lee Su raised his eyebrows. This was undoubtedly a fingering that he had never heard of during the Xianlong Babu period, but Monk Xianming had introduced it when he came here. It is the unique martial arts of Shanking sect, and it is extremely difficult to practice. After practicing it, it is extremely powerful, not inferior to the three major martial arts of Six Meridians: Divine Sword, Wuxiangjizi, and Sand Finger. Why introduce Shanking sect? Simple. The most authentic martial arts in the world. Shaolin is the first in Buddhism, and Shanking is the first in Taoism. Really? The little girl smiled, and then her eyes rolled around and she said, I wonder which of you little monks can use Wuxiangjizi. Brotherly has been talking about it, but he doesn't know the other person's name. As soon as the words fell, Zhu Cheng and others couldn't help but look at Li Su. It's you. The little girl's eyes lit up, and she jumped towards Li Su, getting closer and closer, only 1 centimeter away from looking at Li Su. Li Su's mouth twitched, and for a moment he felt thunder rolling, and he took 2 steps back. Fuck, my brother has been standing in the corner, not saying a word from beginning to end, pretending to be a wooden man from beginning to end, and still found him? Damn it. Zhuangzi, you are such a badass. Nothing good has ever happened to me since I was with you. It was like that 2 years ago, and it is still like that now. You are the one who got in the way. Why am I always the one who attracts the fire? Question mark. Didn't you see Zhuangcheng, who is so big? If you are interested, shouldn't you go and see him first? His aura is so strong, especially among them. He deserves to be the first. And you, why are you looking at me? Shouldn't you be in perfect harmony at this time, not looking at anyone, so that the other party can't find the target? The girl stared at Li Su for a while, and suddenly her little face opened like a flower, and her palm was raised like white jade. Little monk, watch out. With a shout of watch out, Li Su's face turned green. The other party didn't use all his strength, but this finger was extremely extraordinary. The moment he pointed, the air around him sank, and the whole person felt like falling into an ice cellar. And the most important thing is that she attacked very suddenly, and her own strength was very strong, and the people around her couldn't react in time. On the side, Wang Jiantang's face suddenly changed. Damn, I'm going to die. Taiyin Zhuangzi, this girl doesn't know the severity of the situation. Even if she didn't use her full strength, so what? The profound fingering technique is far more powerful than ordinary martial arts. Why did Wang sweat profusely after taking a look at the dragon capture technique? Because the gap between his martial arts and the opponent's is too huge, and it cannot be made up by age. Although he also heard the white-robed Buddhist say that there is a little monk in Shaolin temple who can use the Wuxiangjizi, he doesn't know the real situation. With such a sudden attack, even if the little monk really knows it, how much experience does he have? Once he can't react, it will be a big deal. Yes, a big deal. These 8 little monks are obviously the future backbone of Shaolin Temple. Can Shaolin Temple accept it if something happens? Junior sister Yulong, don't. Standing there, Li Su was helpless, upset, and sad. Damn, why did Zhuangzi go out to fight, but he had to finish it? Not only that, the guy standing on the stairs who looks elegant, Mirun? Gusu family, who can think of it? Naturally, Mirun Bo. That old jerk who had cheated Zhuangzi all his life, and cheated his own son all his life. In order to rebel, after knowing that Xiao Feng was the king of the southern court of Lao, he was actually willing to surrender. This jerk had no good intentions, and deliberately said that his sand finger was not good. He took a breath, raised his hand, and stretched out his fingers. 2 fingers without form. Compared with 2 years ago, Li Su's Wuxiangjizi was naturally improved. Boom. The 2 fingers touched and exploded. One was cold, and the other was hot like fire. The 2 completely different forces, like the water and fire that could not be melted, had an extremely violent turbulence. The 2 key forces exploded in diameter, and huge forces burst out to the surroundings. The little girl's eyes lit up, and she took a side step and floated back to Mirren's side. She was not affected by the key force at all. She was fast, but Li Su was even faster. Just like a duel with the white-robed Buddhist, he ran away at the same time as the finger force was released and retreated to the bottom of the stairs in an instant. It was obvious that the two people had a tacit understanding and a common mind in the fight. Wang Jiantang and his men were in a miserable state. The distance was too close, and they did not expect the two to have such overbearing finger strength. The energy that broke apart was beyond imagination. One was cold, and the other was scorching. In an instant, the entire staircase trembled, unable to withstand the intersection of two completely different forces, and broke apart. With a low shout, Wang Jiantang did not make many movements, but the sword flashed, and in an instant, several swords swept, breaking the energy, and at the same time, he stepped back and fell on the hall. As for Zhu Sheng and his men, they silently used their true energy at this moment, and the Vajra true energy plus the iron cloth shirt wrapped around their bodies. Under the push of the energy, they fell on the hall. With the result, Wang Jiantang and the other martial artists in the hall could not help but scream in their hearts. Damn. Zhu Xi's appearance had already shocked everyone. The attack of the Dragon King and the demon suppressing sleeves of the former white-robed Buddhist had already left most people speechless. I thought Zhu Nci was the leader of this generation of Shaolin Temple. As a result, someone even more ruthless appeared. The mysterious lady of Shanking, Ming Yulang. She debuted for only 1 year, but she is already famous. She is a super genius that only appears once in 100 years in Shanking. At the age of 16, she has already entered the upper second rate, and within 30 years, she can enter the first rate super monster. What's the result? A monk who looks younger than her, not to mention Zhao Shan, that Wuxiang Jizi. Hiss, it makes people worry. Isn't Shaolin Temple a fair and upright sect? Why is this Wuxiang Jizi so sinister? You know, the little monk's move is silent, and the finger force can't be seen, but it was only discovered at the moment of the explosion that it contained such a terrible heat flow. At this moment, upstairs, the little girl looked at Li Su with a happy look in her big eyes. You actually ran faster than me. Little monk, Yu Long is interested in you. Li Su put his hands together and took a deep breath. Ami, you are a Buddhist monk, and the monks are so compassionate. This seat is not close to women. Can you find someone else? Chapter 39 The Disappearance of Yipintang. So, have you found the location of Yipintang, Master Guan? After leaving with Guan Xianan and entering a mansion, Monk Xianming spoke directly. Martial artists generally do not directly participate in direct conflicts and confrontations with the military. The Central Plains martial artists are more likely to snipe at the martial artists from the West and Zaire. Facing Monk Xianming's question, Guan Xianan sighed, shook his head and said, no. Monk Xianming was a little surprised. As the world's largest gang, the Beggars sect may not be strong in terms of its own military strength, far inferior to the righteous masters such as the Shaolin Temple, but their status in the martial arts world is not low. In fact, they are almost on par with sects such as the Shaolin Temple. The reason is nothing else, it is precisely that they have an advantage that no other sect can compare with. That is intelligence. Even in places like the Imperial Palace, which are extremely heavily guarded and difficult for martial artists to get involved, the Beggars sect can obtain intelligence. Not only that, even if it is such an important level of intelligence that the Western Zaire declared war on the Song dynasty, the Beggars sect also obtained it almost at the same time as the Song dynasty court obtained the intelligence. The world's largest gang is not just a casual remark. To be able to gain a foothold in the martial arts world, it is not just relying on a limited number of people such as the gang leader to support such a huge situation. Therefore, this kind of national level conflict will be held by the Beggar gang. Don't you know the current movement of Zixa Yipintang? Guan Xianan nodded and said, a month ago, the gang members sent news that Zixa Yipintang began to gather towards Yanzhou, Hongzhou, Longzhou, and Yinzhou. I immediately organized people to monitor the roads in these 4 states. However, after a whole month, no information about Zixa Yipintang was sent back. Is it disguised? Although Zixa Yipintang belongs to the situation of martial arts sect, it is different from the Central Plains martial arts. They belong to the Zixa court and have official positions. They have military nature, so they will do some things that are not in line with the identity of martial artists. Guan Xiaonan shook his head. No, in fact, since the declaration of war, the passage between Xixia and Song dynasty has been closed. No one from the 4 states has come here in the past month. Monk Xianming couldn't help but frown at this moment. This is not good news. The war hasn't started yet, but the most important target is gone. It's not a joke, it's the truth. The destructive power of martial artists is very strong. Looking at the people present, it is very easy to sneak into the mansion and assassinate officials if they want. If the Xixia Yipintang sneaks into the Song dynasty and carries out a decapitation attack on the military officers in various places, it will definitely cause great damage. Will they not move? Maybe this declaration of war is just to make a fuss. A voice interrupted. Looking at the person who came, Monk Xianming folded his hands and said, Master Zhuangxin, I see you. Master Xianming, long time no see. The person who came was a middle-aged man with white hair on his temples and a very young look, wearing a green Taoist robe. Elder of Shanking sect. Status, comparable to the head of the Ahad Hall of Monk Xianming. Zuan Zinzenran said, for example, to put pressure on the Song dynasty, to ask for convenience. Guan Xiaonan shook his head and said, if that were the case, I would not have gathered Zhu Zhenren here. The biggest problem now is that Xixia Yipintang has disappeared, and they are not in Xixia territory, at least where they can usually be found. None of the important figures have appeared. Zuan Zinzenran and Monk Xianming were shocked at the same time. Disappeared directly? Even the beggar sect could not find any trace at all? Could it be that they were mixed in the army and were not discovered? Guan Xiaonan nodded. It's possible, but in this case, their significance is not great. The army is not like ordinary people. In an organized situation, unless they are first-class masters, they can still be killed if they are entangled. Even if second-rate masters have Zaoshan protection, they never charge directly when the army collides. Apart from other things, the first thing they face is a rain of swords. The Song dynasty is not good in other aspects, but the equipment is not bad. Facing such a large number of weapons, second-rate is still human. Even if they can survive the first wave, they may not have much true energy left. Second-rate masters are undoubtedly the backbone of the sects in the Central Plains, and they are not consumables. Even if Xixia Yipintang has the support of the state, the second rate is extremely limited. After all, that level cannot be achieved simply by having skills and resources, but also requires talent. Otherwise, with the intervention of the state machinery, it would have been rampant. Therefore, the use of Xixia Yipintang masters is mostly based on assassination, and huge damages caused by decapitation tactics. Then, Master Guan, do you have any corresponding methods? The people of Xixia Yipintang will not disappear. There is undoubtedly only one possibility, that they cannot be found, that is, they are hiding. If they are hiding in Xixia, it is not difficult to say, but if they are in the Song dynasty, it will be very difficult. Haven't we already had a solution? A man walked out of the mansion. He was white and beardless, and his voice was sharp, giving people a gloomy feeling. People in the palace? Monk Xianming's eyes were a little strange. It was not surprising. With the gathering of martial artists like them, even if the person in the palace knew that there was no big problem, he probably couldn't be completely relieved. After all, the Zhao family's throne was not obtained in a glorious way. It can be said that they were always on guard. Even the loyal generals under their command were not at ease. All the meritorious servicemen in the past were treated like pigs and kept in kafeng. It can be said that half of the reason why the Song dynasty is so weak now is because of this. They are afraid of military generals and appoint civil officials. The last defeat seemed to be because the civil officials were too aggressive and fell into the trap, which led to the defeat of the Song dynasty. For this reason, the three leading officials were demoted. Yunakang, Guan Xiaonan sighed and said, the martial artists who came here are all here to defend their country. The plan you specified is really too much. The martial artists are not soldiers of the imperial court, so you can't ask for it in that way. The eunuch named Yunakang looked at Guan Xiaonan coldly. Xixia Yipintang can do it. Why can't you do it? You are just afraid of death. Why are you talking so beautifully? Guanxianan, the imperial court and the martial arts world have a tacit understanding. Normally, we don't care about you, but this tacit understanding has a premise. If you are useless, I can only report it truthfully and reconsider the relationship with you. After saying that, the eunuch flicked his sleeves and turned away. Monk Xianming and Master Zhuangxin looked at each other and couldn't help but look at Guanxianan with a questioning look on their faces. The government and the martial arts world have a tacit understanding, and basically they are in a state of no one cares, and they do their own things. Why did the eunuch come here directly this time? Judging from the situation, it seems that he is ready to order them. Guanxianan smiled bitterly and shook his head. This man is the confidant of the great eunuch Yan Wenying. He was sent here as a military supervisor. He was eager to make meritorious deeds. After learning that Zixia Yipintang was missing, he asked to organize martial artists to go to Zixia and assassinate Zixia generals like Yipintang did, intending to lure out the other party. Monk Xianming and the others were stunned when they heard this, and their brows could not help but frown. Zixia Yipintang usually uses beheading to target the Song dynasty, but how easy is it to behead and assassinate? Even if it succeeds, 90% of the people who come will be beheaded, and their behavior is basically the same as that of a dead soldier. Of course, in view of this situation, Zixia Yipintang has invested a lot in the warriors inside. There is a lot of silver and money, and there is no shortage of women. Almost everything that can be done is done, and everything that can be enjoyed is also enjoyed. In Zixia, Yipintang warriors are not guilty of killing. If they like a woman, they can take her back directly. What about the Song dynasty? Not to mention, being on guard against it, even such things have not been spared. People are sent to supervise, although it seems that they have been specially arranged with a residence and a resting place. In fact, it is to gather them together. Not to mention this time, at least, it is in the form of a request, right? The eunuch looked so superior and didn't take them seriously at all. It was just a casual move. If it is used well, the credit belongs to me, and if it is not used well, it is useless to you. Haha, do you think others are fools? The three shook their heads and stopped thinking about the eunuch's problem. They guessed that the other party regarded them as military generals of the Song dynasty. Advise the emperor. Change the relationship with the martial arts people. Haha, you go and try it and see if the emperor listens to you and sends troops to suppress or directly chop off your head on the spot. Chapter 40 Zixia's Purpose. Little Monk. After finishing his morning class, Li Su, who had just come down from the side room, was about to get something to eat when he heard a voice behind him. It was the big-eyed girl who he had never forgotten, Ming Yulang. Want to eat? Come on, let's go together. Li Su was stunned and was about to refuse. Don't worry, they are all vegetarian dishes. The little girl ran over directly, took Li Su's hand and ran over. Li Su's mouth twitched. What does this little girl mean? Doesn't she understand the difference between men and women? Doesn't she know that monks should abstain from sex? He is 14 years old after all, right? However, the other part is little hand. Don't say. It is as white as jade, as soft as juice, just like a newborn baby. Wu Liang, you longevity Buddha. When he came to the table, Li Su was shocked. Oh, it's incredible. There are already 7 people sitting. In order, they are the white-clothed Buddhist, Mirangangzi, the green-clothed woman, Wang Jiantong, an unknown young man, and Zhuanzi and others. These guys are all emotional. Li Su's mouth twitched suddenly. The others were fine, but Zhuanzi, a table of second-rate masters. I'm afraid that the young second-rate people who came from Jianan Prefecture this time are all sitting here, right? After traveling around the world, Li Su realized that there are not many first-rate masters in this world. In fact, except for the high-ranking sects like Shaolin Temple, the others are basically second-rate. After all, it is not that simple to be a first-rate master. Kung Fu, luck, and talent are all indispensable. From this, it can be seen how terrible the background of Shaolin Temple, which can easily produce several first-rate and super first-rate masters in almost every period, is. The world may be terrible, but it doesn't seem that terrible. Little monk, let me introduce you. This is Li Qingkong, the white-robed Buddhist son, brotherly, who is good at the demon sleeve. The white-robed Buddhist son smiled. When he heard this, his eyes were extremely peaceful. Because of Xuanzi's words yesterday, he completely let it go, and no longer entangled. In leaving Pushan Shaolin Temple, Ming Yulang didn't pause and shouted directly, "This is Brother Muring, from the Miran family in Gusu, with unique skills of Daozu and crossing Yui and Sandfinger. This is Sister King Neo, from the Dian Kang sect, good at swordsmanship, very powerful. You know this little monk, so I won't talk about it. This is Wang Jianglong, Brother Wang, from Qingcheng Mountain. Although he is not a disciple of a big sect, he is already at the peak of the second-rate level and very powerful. You also know the rest, so I won't talk about them." Li Su put his hands together and saluted to everyone. After thinking for a while, he took out a charcoal pencil and wrote, "I'm Zuan Kang, the monk. I meet all the donors." Everyone was stunned. "Write with a pen?" Ming Yulang was straightforward and said directly, "Little monk, why don't you speak? What are you writing with a pen for?" Li Su wrote, "I can't speak." Ming Yulang was stunned. "Little monk, are you dumb?" Xuanzi said, "Zuan Kang is not dumb, he just can't speak suddenly. He will definitely be able to speak in the future." Everyone was stunned. What does it mean? Xuanzi naturally did not explain. He turned to look at Miringbo and said, "Brother Muring, just now we talked about Zixa. Why do you think there is no chance of fighting?" Obviously, this is what he is most concerned about at this moment. After all, the purpose of coming here is the Songzia War. If there is no fight, doesn't it mean that we have to go back home? Zuan Cheng and others also looked at Miringbo closely, wanting to know the answer. Miringbo smiled and said, "Of course, I'm just analyzing it. According to the current intelligence, in this situation, the probability of Zixa sending troops to Jianan Prefecture is very low, or it is basically impossible to send troops." "Oh, what do you mean?" The white-clothed Buddhist couldn't help but say after hearing this. Miringbo said, "If Zixa had quickly gathered its forces to launch an attack a month ago, it would have suffered a great loss according to the situation of the Song dynasty at that time. But now the Song dynasty has reacted. Not only has it deployed troops on the border, but it has also dispatched troops from Taoyuan Prefecture and Jingzhou Prefecture. Its military strength has surpassed Zixa, and it is also on the defensive. Even if the Zixa army is strong, it will not benefit from such an attack. Unlike the Song dynasty, Zixa's military strength is not unlimited. Even if it is exchanged at a ratio of 10-1, it will be difficult for Zixa to accept it." As Miringbo spoke, everyone couldn't help but think deeply for a while. Undoubtedly, according to this analysis, the Songzia War may not necessarily break out. "Are you not going to fight anymore?" Xuanzi, as always, showed a look of anxiety on his face. After all, he had waited for this day for a long time. Zuan Cheng and others were also disappointed. Ming Yulang was a little curious and said directly, "I say, you little monks, do you really want to fight?" Xuanzi was stunned, and after a moment of silence, he shook his head. "Not fighting, of course it's best. They came here not for revenge, and they naturally remembered the teachings of Monk Xianming." Then, Xuanzi looked at Miringbo and said, "Brother Muring, how do you think the Songzia War will develop next?" Miringbo pondered for a moment and said, "It depends on the Zixa Yipintang. Their disappearance must have some conspiracy. Once they appear, the real purpose of Zixa will basically be clear." Everyone nodded when they heard it. Wang Jiantang said, "Well, after going down, I will notify the beggar gang disciples to quickly investigate the news of Yipintang." Wang Jianglong also said, "I will also let people pay attention to it." The white-robed Buddhist also said, "I'm the same." Miringbo smiled, clapped his hands and said, "Okay, the discussion ends here. It's time to eat now. Everyone, eat quickly, otherwise it will be cold in a while." "Can it start from this period?" Sitting in his seat, Li Su blinked his eyes without saying a word. Miringbo established his position and won people's hearts. There is no doubt that he is already in the core position in this group of people. It must be said that this guy has some ability. The analysis of the Songzia War is very logical. In this era, if you don't have a good eye, you can't make such an analysis. Look at Xuanzi. It is obvious that he has completely turned into the other party's little fan. If there is no accident, the two sides should have been friends until they were pitted by the other party more than 20 years later, thus breaking out the whole story of Cheyenne Long Babu. It is worthy of being Miringbo, who is against Song and Yan. He pits his wife, son, and brothers. He is sending a horizontal banner. Whoever touches him will die. But Lee Su lowered his head and picked up a steamed bun and put it in his mouth. Miringbo's analysis seems good, but it is actually a summary of the current situation. Those who don't understand can probably suddenly understand it, but for those who understand it, it is undoubtedly a bunch of nonsense. Of course, it is still useful. After all, Monk Xianming also told them something after returning yesterday. Unfortunately, there is not much content. Miringbo's analysis basically grasps the general idea. For Zixia, attacking Jiangnan Prefecture is not worth the loss. If I were Li Yuanhao, I would not fight. So, what if the goal is not here? For example, on both sides, Taiyuan Prefecture and Jingzhou Prefecture. Taiyuan? No, Taiyuan is not only connected to Zixia, but also to Lao. Even if troops are sent, the troops stationed on the border of Lao will not move. Once Taiyuan Prefecture is attacked, not only will they be able to react quickly, but Taiyuan Prefecture is not developing well because of the relationship with Lao. What about Jingzhou Prefecture? Li Su's eyes showed a strange color. Because of the relationship with Jiangnan Prefecture, Jingzhou Prefecture has mobilized a large number of troops from Weizhou, except for Lanzhou, which is directly connected to Zixia, and Qingzhou, which is relatively forward. If we attack Weizhou at this moment, once we take it, we can basically force Jingzhou Prefecture. Jingzhou Prefecture, perhaps everyone doesn't know much about it. If we talk about Chang'an, I think it shouldn't be confusing. Of course, it was impossible to capture Chang'an. After all, they had already penetrated deep into the hinterland. What would greet them would only be troops from all directions. But if they simply prepared to plunder, it would undoubtedly be terrible. There were many counties around Chang'an, and the economy was also very prosperous. Making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, a strange color appeared in Li Su's eyes. He remembered that, when he was betting on history before, it seemed that Zixia had done it once, but in fact, the Song dynasty did not react until it was deeply defeated. Could it be this time? Li Su frowned slightly, eating a steamed bun. His face was a little tangled. Because once they fought over, the Zixia soldiers would only be separated from Kaifeng by Henan Prefecture. The distance of Henan Prefecture was not good. What can I say about the emperor of the Song dynasty? He was kind-hearted, and it was the best era for civil officials, but it was also the era when the emperor was very timid. If he was really beaten to Jingzhou Prefecture, who knows what the situation would be. So, the question is, should I say it or not? Say it? Miringbo, the traitor, is right beside. He may not be unaware of the current situation. He may have colluded with Zixia. After all, his son appeared as a general of Zixia Yipintang at the beginning. I'm afraid that, if he says something here, his name may appear on the must-kill list of Zixia Yipintang tomorrow. Even if not, I'm afraid Miringbo will also target him and try to kill him. It is okay to make such a guess, based on some information. If it is wrong, it is okay. If it is right, this kind of person will be at ease, only if he is afraid of death, right? After all, he is a guy who is determined to restore his country. What should be done? Chapter 41 Seed. So how to deal with this matter? Back in the wing room, Li Su touched his chin, his eyes uncertain. This is not only related to the problem of preventing Zixia in advance, but also another problem is whether it will change the plot. If we have not discovered it here, and wait until Zixia attacks, before we know it, then we will undoubtedly be late to a certain extent, and it may be safer. But once we go ahead and catch up with this war, it may become dangerous. The world is big, and life is the most important. This is just a fragment of the world. Once the plot of Cheyenne Long Babu ends, it will end. But if it is stopped in advance, Zixia may also withdraw its troops quickly. After all, if it is discovered, if the other party enters the hinterland and is surrounded by dumplings, it will be Zixia that is in danger, and the war will naturally stop. But how to convey the message? Li Su frowned, thought about it again and again, and finally made a decision. Let's go find the master. Anyway, a lot has been exposed. It's better to expose it to the master now than to outsiders, right? Standing up, Li Su went directly to the wing room of Xianming monk. Zuan Kang, what's the matter? Xianming, who was chanting, opened his eyes. You know, among all the disciples, Zuan Kang was the least likely to come to him, unless there was a problem with the practice, or he had completed the practice. Wait. He had just entered the Vajra indestructible divine art not long ago. Could he have already completed the first level? Vajra indestructible divine art has a total of 9 levels. Each level is a new height and a new level. Although it is said that he has entered the door, the first level should not be so fast. By the way, before leaving the mountain, the Shaolin temple gave everyone a Dahu and Dan. But this is too fast, right? It's really too fast, right? It's less than a month. If it goes on like this, I will really lose my will. Li Su was stunned, touched his cheek with some embarrassment, took out the charcoal pencil, and prepared to start writing. The first level, it shouldn't be so fast. After all, I haven't practiced well for several days in a row. Although it is full, it feels that it has not reached the maximum limit. It should be enough to consolidate it in a few more days. After taking the Dahuandan, the effect of cultivation was unexpectedly fast. It was not the case that taking it would increase a person's internal strength by 10 years. After all, it was 10 years of internal strength. No kidding, the amount was definitely not small. If it increased so much suddenly, even the Arhat's golden body could not bear it. Therefore, after digestion, the huge medicinal power was more lurking in the body, and it was absorbed and transformed little by little with day and night practice. Li Su estimated that it would take at least 2 to 3 years to digest this 10 years of internal strength. Without waiting for Li Su to finish writing, Monk Xianming sighed, a little powerless, and said directly, forget it, listen carefully, this is the formula for the second level. In Li Su's astonishment, Monk Xianming directly read out a long paragraph. The third level, the fourth level, the fifth level. Okay, as for the ones behind, I didn't go to see them. I'll talk about it after I return to Shaolin Temple. But even if it's just the 5th level, if you practice successfully, basically except for the 7 orifices, armpits, and a few vital points such as Danshan, your whole body will be as hard as iron and stone, and it will be difficult to be destroyed by swords and knives. Even if a first-class master can't hit the vital points, you don't have to be afraid. After saying that, Monk Xianming felt a little heartbroken. He was so sad that he didn't dare to pass it on layer by layer. If Li Su came once on the way, he was really afraid that he couldn't bear it. Fortunately, he passed it all, and then he would go to Shaolin Temple later to let the abbot feel the pain. Li Su was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that when he came to see the master, the other party would tell him all the content of the first 5 levels of the practice of the Vajra indestructible divine art at once. This was an unexpected surprise. Master, I'm not here because of the practice. Xianming looked at what Li Su wrote and was startled, then a little happy. Haven't you succeeded in the first level? Li Su's mouth twitched, and he decided not to bother with this old monk. I didn't succeed in the practice. Why are you so happy? No, I came here because of the matter about Ziksha. Ziksha? Monk Xianming's expression was serious, and he said, did Zuan Khan find anything? It's like this, Master, at noon today. Li Su immediately wrote down the conclusion he came to after listening to Mirang Bo's analysis. After reading the content, Xianming couldn't help but open his eyes wide and took a breath of cold air. As the saying goes, those who are involved are confused, and those who are on the sidelines are clear. In an instant, he understood. Making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. It turned out to be a feint to the east and attacking in the west. If so, it can be explained. But if it is really the case, Jingzhou Prefecture is in danger. Unlike Jiangnan Prefecture began to fortify its walls and clear the fields and evacuate the people when the Western Tsar started to use troops. Jingzhou Prefecture did not do that. Once it was really conquered by the Western Tsar, it would be a huge shock to the entire Song dynasty. After taking a breath, Monk Xianming immediately stood up. For such a big matter, he had to discuss it with Guan Xianan and others immediately. Master. I just thought of it by chance after returning. If possible, don't mention your disciple, okay? Yes. Xianming was startled. Although he was a monk, he was not stupid. He quickly figured it out. A tall tree attracts the wind. The Western Xire's plan was not vicious, but it was seen through by a 14-year-old boy. No matter what the reason was, it would definitely attract attention. Although Li Su is now considered a second-rate, a slightly stronger third-rate player would probably find it difficult to fight against him. Master understands. Xianming nodded and suddenly remembered something and said earnestly, by the way, Zhuangkang, don't be too anxious about the Vajra indestructible divine art. This art is difficult to practice. Even if you have just entered the first level, it will take a lot of time. Just take it step by step. Forget what the master said just now. Li Su's eyelids twitched and a smile appeared on his face. He wrote, okay, master, although I feel that the first level has been completed, I will insist on practicing for a while to consolidate it. Monk Xianming staggered when he heard it and took a breath. Well, okay. Just take care of it yourself. The master will go first. Government residence. Not long after Monk Xianming arrived, Guan Xianan closed the door directly, notified Master Zhuangxin, and called a young man. Soon, with the explanation of Monk Xianming, several people couldn't help but be shocked, especially the young man, whose face changed directly. Undoubtedly, Zixia has deployed 100,000 troops in the 4 states bordering Jiangnan Prefecture. The terrible pressure makes people breathless. They just keep increasing their troops and consolidating their forces to fight back. At this moment, I heard the feint to the east and attack the west, and I suddenly realized it. Especially according to the current situation, it can be basically determined that the other party is right with this strategy. After all, it makes sense to think about it. With the current troops deployed by the Song dynasty around Jiangnan Prefecture, Zixia is asking for trouble. It's not that the Song dynasty will not suffer casualties. In fact, it is difficult for the Song dynasty to have an advantage if it really happens. But the problem is that, even if the loss is 1 to 10, it will be Zixia who loses, not the Song dynasty. After all, although the Song dynasty borders many countries, Zixia is surrounded by countries almost everywhere. Once the loss is too large, what awaits Li Yuanhao is not just defeat and damage, but the possibility of the destruction of the country and the family. Master, thank you. If this guess is true, then this information is extremely important to the Song dynasty. The young man jumped up with an excited look on his face. There is still no news. The Western Tsar should still be in the process of action. If the operation is good, this time maybe they can catch all the elite soldiers invading from the Western Tsar. If so, the Song dynasty will have no worries about the Western Tsar in the next 20 to 30 years. As soon as the words fell, the young man turned around and left quickly. Monk Xianming was stunned. After looking at the young man who left, he couldn't help but turned his head to look at Guan Xianan. Master Zhuangxin was also. There was no doubt that this guess was absolutely the most important information. It was okay to let this young man listen to it. Guan Xianan smiled and said, this boy's name is Zhang Yan, the son of General Zhang Shihang. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42, Two Groups. After Zhang left, Guan Xianan and the other two naturally started to discuss. Since they knew that Zixia's target was not Jiangnan Prefecture, they naturally couldn't just sit and wait here. The reason why there was no news from the beggars sect was probably that Ye Pintang had either lurked in the Song dynasty or was waiting at the border, but in Jingzhou Prefecture. So, go to Jingzhou Prefecture. Or, go to Weizhou. Master, please wait for a moment. I will ask the beggars sect to collect information immediately, and then we will make preparations. Master Guan, if possible, I hope you can split your troops into 2 groups. Zhang Yi, who had left, came back again and had sent the information back. He looked at Guan Xianan and the other two and said, I have informed my father of the information, and my father also agrees with this speculation. However, it is undoubtedly too late to dispatch troops at this time. Even if the troops are summoned, the Western Zaire may have been behind by the time they arrive. As long as they show the move of forcing Jingzhou Prefecture, it is basically impossible to block them. The troops can only quickly go south to assist in the defense of the capital. Therefore, the only way to severely damage the Western Zaire is to block them in Weizhou, and this undoubtedly requires Weizhou to know and prepare for defense. At the same time, Xi'an Prefecture sends troops to cut off the return route of the Western Zaire. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After being called out of the room by Zhu and Ci, I found that the atmosphere in the inn was quite solemn at the moment. The hall was full of people. There were some voices, but they were deliberately suppressed. Everyone looked very serious. After Li Su took a look, he immediately understood that Meng Xianming should have spread the news of his analysis and started to make arrangements. I didn't expect the reaction to be so quick, not even a day. I thought that according to the nature of the Song dynasty, it would take at least a day, or even 2 days, before they would take action. Guan Xianan, Meng Xianming, and Master Zhuangxin came out. He looked directly at everyone present and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry to notify you to assemble suddenly, but the situation is urgent. I won't say any more polite words, and we'll get straight to the point. The location of Zixia Yipintang has been found. Next, we will split into 2 groups and go there to block it. There is no doubt that this operation will be full of great dangers, and we may even enter the battlefield, and our safety cannot be guaranteed. Of course, coming here at this time, I believe that everyone present has realized something. Next is the arrangement of the team. One group will be led by me and Taoist Zhuangxin, and the other group will be led by Master Xianming. Jiantong, you join Master Xianming's team." Taoist Zhuangxin also spoke at this moment. "Ming Yulong, Zujing, you two will go too. The specific place has been informed to Master Xianming." "Master, thank you for your trouble." Meng Xianming nodded and said, "Okay, if it's quiet over there after arriving, I will go west immediately." "Yes." Meng Xianming did not delay and said directly, "Zhuangji, take all the junior brothers, and then Wang Jiantong, Ming Yulong, and Zujing. This time it will be very urgent, be prepared." "Yes." At this moment, even the jumpy Ming Yulong had a serious face. Soon, Master Xianming led everyone out of the inn first. "Didn't you say the destination?" Following everyone, Li Su blinked his eyes, knowing to keep the secret. "Not bad. But this team should go to Jingzhou Prefecture, right? Let's not talk about Zhuangxi and the others. Ming Yulong, Zujing, the girl called Sister Blue Bad by Ming Yulong, and Wang Jiantong are undoubtedly new to the world. Although they have many names, they are not as famous as Mireng and others. Such a team will definitely not go directly to the first target of the Western Zaire army, Weizhou, even if the leader is the first-class monk Xianming. After all, the monks of Shaolin Temple are strong, but they are not good at killing. Yes, if the Song dynasty really reacted in advance, the danger to Jingzhou Prefecture would undoubtedly be much smaller. There might even be no chance to fight. Undoubtedly, this is a very good result for Li Su. If the Song dynasty can eat up this wave of invading troops from Zixia in one fell swoop, basically there should be no war between Song and Zaire in the next few decades. After all, he remembered that Li Yuanhao was not far from death, just these few years. Zixia must have internal friction and increased national strength loss. If this war fails, can Zixia recover in a few decades? The group quickly left Jiangnan Prefecture and took the west gate, which is the direction of Zixia. After about 5 miles, Monk Xianming led everyone to turn south. Facing this scene, Ming Yulong and the other two were stunned. "Master, where are we going?" Zhuangxi finally couldn't help it. Monk Xianming said directly, "Weizhou." According to the current situation, Zixia's target is probably not Jiangnan Prefecture, but Jingzhou Prefecture. The fundamental purpose of deploying 100,000 troops in 4 states is to attract the attention of the Song dynasty as much as possible. Everyone was stunned and soon thought of Mirenbo's analysis a few days ago. If Zixia attacked Jiangnan Prefecture, it would only lose more than it gained. But could they attack Jingzhou Prefecture? Instantly, Wang Jiantong's eyes shrank. There was no doubt that it was very likely. No, it should be so. As a disciple of the Beggars sect, he was very familiar with the terrain of the areas around the Song dynasty, even better than Li Su. There was no need to think about Taoyuan Prefecture as a place bordering both Liao and Zixia. Even if the troops took action, at most one or two armies would move in a certain direction, and they would not enter the territory of Jiangnan Prefecture. This march was very fast. They set out at noon and did not stop until nightfall. Zhu Ji and others were basically exhausted. Zhu Cheng, the strongest, was also panting and sweating. Even Wang Jiantang was struggling at this moment. Among the crowd, only Meng Xianming was still as calm and composed as before the noon departure. Rest here for 2 hours. After taking a look at the appearance of the crowd, Meng Xianming waved his hand and stopped. Li Su was sweating profusely at this moment, and his true energy was almost exhausted. Weizhou is about the same distance from Hezhan Prefecture and nearly 1,000 miles from Jiangnan Prefecture. This time, unlike before, they were traveling very fast. They had only set out at noon, but now they were approaching Qingzhou. Qingzhou used to be the territory of Jingzhou Prefecture, and there was only one state between it and Weizhou, Yuanzhou. Asterisk 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 at the same time, another group of people were also traveling very fast, and the direction was obviously westward, around the state. They were nearly 2/3 of the way, and were undoubtedly no slower than Meng Xianming's side. Looking at the extremely tired people, Guan Xianan discussed with Master Zhuangxin for a while, and then stopped temporarily to rest on the spot. Master Zhuangxin, there are too many people in the team and the speed is too slow. What does gang leader Guan mean? I will first take a few strong people to cross Huanzhou and go to Xianzhou to inform the provincial government. If the Zixia army has not yet taken action, then send troops from Huanzhou and Xianzhou to intercept Zixia. If they have already passed, close the retreat and surround the invading Zixia soldiers within the territory. Master Zhuangxin will lead people directly to the Liupanshan area. This is the only way for Zixia to invade Weizhou. Okay. Master Zhuangxin nodded. Soon, Guan Xianan found Mirengbo and Wang Jianglong, and then the three of them left the team and sped away. Well, Zixia should have received the news by now. Walking behind Guan Xianan, Mirengbo's eyes flickered. I didn't expect that there were also capable people on the Song side who could actually see in such a short time that the real purpose of Zixia this time was not Jiangnan Prefecture, but Jingzhou Prefecture. According to the current path and the Meng Xianming who separated in advance, the layout of the Song dynasty should be based on the points around Huanzhou, Qingzhou, Weizhou, and Xianzhou, in order to break or surround the Zixia army that sneaked in quietly. Unfortunately, it came too suddenly and set off without any preparation. It was not until now that he figured out the truth. But it doesn't matter. The message has been passed on. Whether it can be understood or not depends on Zixia itself. Mirengbo, who is determined to restore his country, doesn't care about the victory or defeat of Zixia and Song dynasty. The only requirement is that this battle can be prolonged as much as possible. After all, there is a chance in troubled times. But who is it? With such little information, it was speculated that Zixia was not going to fight Jiangnan Prefecture, but Jingzhou Prefecture. Chapter 43. Something is wrong. 1 day, 2 days. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, they were only a few dozen miles away from Weizhou. Very good, we are almost there, hold on a little longer. Meng Xianming was undoubtedly very tired at this moment. Unlike Li Su and the others who could rest for a while, although he also used his energy to recover, he basically remained alert. After 2 days and 3 nights, he did not close his eyes for a second. Even if he was a first-class master, he still had a lot of energy, but his energy was undoubtedly too much. Wang Jiantang said, Master Xianming, you see there is a checkpoint on the straight road over there. Why don't we go there first and replenish food and water? They walked in a hurry, and although they brought a lot of dry food, they have basically used it up by now. Everyone has basically not eaten anything for 5 hours, and the last time they drank water was 2 hours ago. Hearing this, Ming Yulang and Zhu Jing's eyes lit up. It can't be said that they were spoiled, but this kind of march was unprecedented. From the first day, they felt uncomfortable all over. There must be running water at the checkpoints, and it would be good if they could clean it up a little. Zhu and Ci and the others also had fiery eyes at this moment. They were strong and hungry, and their throats seemed to be burning, which made them look forward to it. Monk Xianming took a breath and looked at everyone. Although he wanted to be as fast as possible, they had undoubtedly reached their limit. Okay, let's go to the checkpoint to rest for a while and then set off. At this moment, Li Su was undoubtedly very tired. He originally thought that after he had true ki, lactic acid and the like would basically have nothing to do with him. But when the amount of exercise was beyond imagination, his body was also sore all over, just like when he had no true ki. However, although he was tired, Li Su found that under such a rapid march, his progress in the Vajra indestructible divine art was not slowing down but improving. The first level was directly completed. Once the power is used, although Li Su has not tried it, a large amount of gang energy will gather under the epidermis, greatly improving his defense, and even if he touches the blade with his hand, it will not leave a scar. This is only the first level, according to what the master taught him. If the Vajra indestructible divine art is not upgraded by one level, the defense will undergo a dramatic change. When it comes to the 5th level, even if the opponent attacks with true ki, if he fails to focus on his vital points, he will not be able to hurt him. Thinking about it, Li Su couldn't help but get excited. If all the 9 levels of Vajra indestructible divine art are cultivated, there should be few people in this world who can kill him, right? Putting aside the reality, the power of several Jayas, he can no longer be considered a martial arts hero, but should be considered as cultivation. Of course, Xiaoyao sect should still pay special attention. After all, this sect, Xiaoyao sect, is actually close to cultivating immortals. Let's not talk about Wuazi. Xianshan Tangleo and Li Qiushu are almost 100 years old. One looks like a girl and the other is basically young. Isn't that anti-human? Exhaling a breath, Li Su's eyes moved. The first level has been completely completed, and he can start practicing the second level. The second level of practice uses different Zaoshan diagrams and different breathing methods. This Zaoshan is much smaller, centered on the 5 internal organs, and breathing is no longer inhaling, but exhaling. I thought this should be very simple, but after a brief attempt yesterday, I realized how anti-human this thing is. Take a breath, and then hold it. With enough oxygen in the body and the true ki, it is not difficult to not breathe for half an hour. But after exhaling all the ki in the body, Li Su had difficulty holding on for a cup of tea, let alone half an hour. After several attempts, he almost fainted, and even his Zaoshan was almost messed up. Obviously, the Zaoshan path is much smaller, but the difficulty has greatly increased. Although it is difficult, Li Su's talent is not fake, and he successfully constructed it in just 5 times. As he began to practice, Li Su found that the small Zaoshan also began to generate ki, but it was not outward, but inward. That's right, the ki generated by each round of practice all went into Li Su's 5 internal organs. And, how to say this force, the nature is completely different from the ki of the first level. Once the force of the first level is in operation, it will be very obvious and active, but this force is not. It is abnormally calm, except that it can be felt. There is basically no movement, like a pool of stagnant water. Faced with this result, Li Su couldn't help but wonder if it was because of the oxygen. It shouldn't be, right? The group quickly moved towards the checkpoint. Seeing them coming, a team of soldiers guarding the checkpoint immediately opened their formation and began to prepare. Who is coming? The soldier who seemed to be the captain spoke directly. Wang Jiantang immediately stepped forward, took out his identity token and said, "We are people from the underworld, and we were ordered to rush to Weizhou. Due to excessive fatigue on the road, the supplies we brought with us have been consumed. I hope to replenish them here." Seeing the token, the captain still did not dare to be careless and said, "Throw the token over." Wang Jiantang was not surprised. During this period, the inspection was naturally more stringent. After all, if someone was let through, if he was a spy, the checkpoint would be held accountable. After receiving the token and looking at it for a while, the captain nodded and asked everyone to put down their weapons and said, "Sorry, warriors, we are being rude during the war between Song and Xia. This is what I should do. Captain, do you have any extra food at the checkpoint? If not, you can also get some water." He walked forward and took back the token. "Yes, but not much. I can give you some dry food." I will have someone prepare it for you. By the way, I will prepare water for all the warriors first. Thank you. Wang Jiantang nodded, and Meng Xianming waved his hand, signaling everyone to rest. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, it's here as expected. Beside the checkpoint, in the thatched hut. At first I thought it was a joke from our headquarters, but I didn't expect it to be true. Someone in Jianan Prefecture did guess your majesty's plan. Fortunately, we had sneaked into Song territory more than a month ago, otherwise it would be really troublesome. The leader should be Meng Xianming, the head of the Luohan Hall of Shaolin Temple. We should deal with him first according to the plan. Yes. Soon, the soldier who entered the thatched hut came out holding a bowl and a jar. The captain's eyebrows jumped, and he immediately said, "My fellow warriors, you have come a long way. Drink some water first." He immediately called the other soldiers together, poured water separately, and gestured to send it to Meng Xianming and others. Wang Jiantang heard this, and smiled and said, "Thank you." He took the water, and drank it immediately. At this moment, even the two girls Ming Yulang didn't care that the bowls were not clean, and took the water, and drank it immediately. Soon, the water was also handed to Li Su and Meng Xianming. Meng Xianming bowed. Amitabha, thank you for the donation. Li Su, who was also ready to thank, was stunned when he took the bowl. What a strong smell. Did he eat a lot of meat? Eating vegetarians all year round and eating meat all the time will undoubtedly have a big difference in body odor, especially in ancient times. People rarely bathed, and even if they did, they didn't have the strong cleaning power of modern soaps or perfumed soaps. This is why novels about traveling back to ancient times like to write that making soaps will definitely make a lot of money. The bowl was almost at his mouth, but Li Su paused and stopped. He didn't look carefully just now, but now he saw that the soldier who handed him water was very different. He was very big and his clothes were full. Obviously, his muscles and bones were very strong. This is wrong. Very wrong. Very wrong. Li Su had seen Song soldiers along the way. Unless they were elite soldiers, ordinary soldiers were basically very thin. Although the Song dynasty had a developed economy, the treatment of the army was not high. No, it should be said that it was very low. In the Song dynasty, only the capital could be considered a real army, also called the Imperial Army. The local areas were basically all Xiangjin, which were mostly farmers wearing soldiers' clothes. They didn't train and had to do labor. After all, the emperor was afraid of rebellion and implicated the three armies. And it was unreasonable to say that the soldiers who set up checkpoints on such roads were elites. After all, the purpose of such checkpoints was not to stop the army, but to examine the passing people, or to report immediately if they found any traces of the Zixia army. Involuntarily, Li Su turned his head and glanced at the place where the horses were placed not far away, and then his eyes froze. I didn't notice it just now, because it was blocked, but now I see that there are more than 10 horses. The Song dynasty is very short of horses. In fact, the Central Plains has always been short of horses. The checkpoints will be prepared, but at most 1 or 2. 1 person and 1 horse. Strong body? Use such soldiers to guard the checkpoints? The Song dynasty has such luxury? Question mark? No. Not only that, just now I just felt that the other party had a strong body odor, but now I found that the smell was very familiar to him. He ate a lot of mutton before crossing. The smell of mutton, elite soldiers, 1 person and 1 horse. Taking a breath, Li Su broke out in a cold sweat. So many things are connected together. If you still can't think of it, you are really stupid. Zixia soldiers. But how is it possible? How could Zixia soldiers invade such a place? And disguised as Song soldiers? No, this is not important anymore. The important thing is that his life is in danger. Taking a breath, Li Su was like a cat with its fur standing on end. In an instant, all the muscles in his body were tensed up. He raised his head and made the first sound since he came to this world. Ah. At the same time, under the astonished eyes of the Zixia soldiers in front of him, he gathered his true energy at his fingertips and pointed out without hesitation. 2 fingers without form. Chapter 44. Death Battle. Li Su suddenly attacked, which undoubtedly shocked everyone. Meng Xianming put down the bowl that was already in front of his mouth and said in shock, Zuankang, what are you doing? Xiang pointed, and he was completely unprepared. When the Zixia soldier came back to his senses, Li Su had already pointed at his heart. Puff. He almost couldn't react, his pupils shrank, and he felt great pain in his chest, and his strength was instantly lost. Not good. Not far away, the captain who had been staring changed his face and shouted, "Do it." Clang. The long sword came out. Unlike the martial artists in the Central Plains, the Zixia soldiers who were used to killing and fighting almost drew out the long swords at their waists the moment the sound was heard. Without any pause, the Zixia soldiers beside Li Su and others rushed directly to Li Su who attacked, and the rest rushed towards the shocked monk Xianming. The long sword was like lightning, and the sword light was in the air. Li Su took a deep breath, and the Vajra indestructible divine art was fully activated. He gritted his teeth, hoping that this magic art was really as powerful as described. He ignored the blade that was slashing at him, stretched out his arm, and swept towards the person who was slashing at his master, monk Xianming. Clang. With a sound of metal and stone, blood burst out from behind Li Su. At the same time, his palm slapped the soldier who attacked without reservation. The terrible force directly crushed his head and deformed it. He flew out with the sword and hit the soldier who was also rushing towards monk Xianming. In an instant, the formation of the Zixia soldiers attacking monk Xianming was broken. Zixia. At this moment, monk Xianming also woke up. Let's not talk about anything else, but the captain's words were obviously not spoken in Chinese. When seeing the most valued disciple of Shaolin Temple splattered with blood to save him, monk Xianming couldn't help but be furious at this moment. Waste. With a low shout, the front door of the thatched house not far away suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out like lightning. Without hesitation, he rushed towards monk Xianming. In the air, a punch was thrown. Heat, unbelievable heat, exploded on his fist. Prajna palm. Monk Xianming's face changed, realizing that the strength of the person coming was the same as his, first rate. He did not dare to be careless and slapped out with one palm. Bang. There was a thunderous sound, and an extremely violent ki burst out between the two. The wide space was like an exploding grenade, blowing an extremely fierce gale. Li Su and others who were closest to him were the first to be hit, swept by the terrible gale and flew out. As for the two people in the field, monk Xianming stepped back several steps and spit out a mouthful of blood. The people who came out were not easy either. Even if they were very tired, the true key of Shaolin Temple was already very domineering, not to mention the head of the Ahad Hall, whose powerful internal strength was far beyond imagination. Although it was only first rate, the standard of this internal strength was far beyond ordinary first rate. In midair, the man also felt sweet on the tip of his tongue. He suffered internal injuries, but he stepped lightly and actually reversed the force of retreating, and rushed up again. He no longer used hard moves to regret, but his hands and claws were like hooks, and he performed the eagle claw skill. Monk Xianming waved his palms, feeling the incomparable claw force. His palms were like knives, and his ki was like fire. It was the top level Shaolin Temple martial art, the burning wood sword technique. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the two turned into two shadows. In just a few blinks, they had exchanged more than dozens of moves. Monk Xianming shouted, 9-turn Eagle Claw, are you Yipin Tang, Eagle Claw to Oberziang? To Oberziang smiled coldly, I didn't expect that Master Xianming, the head of the Luohan Hall of Shaolin Temple, actually knew me. It's an honor. Li Hun, kill them all. Yes. Captain Li Hun, who had withstood the key of two first-class masters, shouted immediately. Monk Xianming's face changed, Amitabha. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared, and before everyone could react, it rushed towards the Zixia soldiers who were shaken to the ground at a very fast speed. The knife light rose, without the slightest hesitation, and the two were beheaded in an instant. Even with a blank expression, he raised his hand, and threw the long sword out to kill another person. At the same time, he stepped out with his feet one after another, kicking the scattered steel swords on the ground to the other two sides. In the blink of an eye, 5 Zixia soldiers were directly killed. There were 10 Zixia soldiers in total, including the 6 good fighters from Zixia Yipintang who were killed by one finger at the beginning. They died on the spot. After a long breath, Li Su turned around and looked at Li Hun who survived, and the 2 soldiers who had recovered. under the protection of the Vajra indestructible divine art. Although the Kijin also affected him and shook him back, it failed to take away his ability to move. It's a pity that, although the action was very fast, it was still too late. Little bastard. Seeing this scene, Tuoba Xiang immediately became angry. Li Hun, what are you doing? Monk Xianming's eyes lit up, and his extremely anxious face was comforted, but he became nervous again immediately. Damn it. Looking at Li Su, Li Hun's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he was furious. Those who were here were all masters of Yipintang, at the peak of the third rate, not far from the second rate. Usually, if one of them died, at least 3 third-rate masters of the Song dynasty would have to be killed. Today, 6 of them died in a row. The first one was killed by a sneak attack, and the next 6 were basically killed without resistance. You deserve to die. Although he was angry, he did not lose his mind. He said directly, you two go kill the others first, and then come. Yes. The other 2 were also full of murderous intent. They were undoubtedly very angry about the miserable death of their brothers. GG, it's really a big crisis. At this time, a voice like a silver bell sounded, and Ming Yulang stood up with a pale face. At this moment, her whole body was as white as jade, and her breath was visibly rising. Li Hun's eyes tightened. What everyone drank was the soft muscle powder specially prepared by Ziksha. It was colorless and tasteless. Once you drink it, you can't exert any strength. I didn't expect that someone could use power to expel the soft muscle powder. Shanking Ki. Shanking Zhuanv. You two, go kill her. Li Hun realized something instantly, pointed at the 2 people, then drew his long sword and rushed towards Li Su like thunderbolt. As the sword light rose, Li Su felt his whole body cold. It was a powerful sword, and it was also a murderous sword. He took a breath of ki, and the Arhat ki filled his palm. At the same time, the Vajra indestructible divine art covered his palm, and he used his soft palm to sweep the long sword. Hey! With a cold shout, Li Hun's eyes were full of murderous intent. He actually faced the enemy with his bare hands, looking for death. Clang! As soon as they fought, it was like the collision of metal and stone. Li Su's palm was bleeding, and Li Hun's long sword was also shaken away. Huh? Question mark? Li Hun's eyes widened, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Although the knife in his hand was only a Song dynasty standard military knife, it was not a very good weapon, but it could be used through martial arts to break rocks and split wood. Such a force could even split a horse in the middle. Although he was hit from the side, his flesh and blood body actually blocked it with his bare hands. This is impossible. Roar. With a fierce roar, Li Hun swung his knife and chopped wildly, going all out. At this moment, Li Su, who was confident in his heart, also held back the breath in his chest and raised his palm to meet it. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp knife and the hand knife collided wildly, without turning around or giving in. The sparks and the splashing blood made Wang Jiantang and others, who could only lie on the ground and could not move at all, look desperate for a while, but they were shocked and horrified. Especially Wang Jiantang. He had heard that his master Guan Xianan once said, there are 3 top martial arts in the world: Xiao Biming, Shanking Zuanayu, and Shaolin King Kang. If anyone can master it, even if it's just the beginning, it will be a great achievement. Oh my god. It's actually the indestructible magic skill. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The 2 of them fought madly without retreating a step. The ground under their feet was deeply sunken, which shows how terrible their power is. Finally, after 5 minutes, Li Hun's breath stagnated, his body suddenly paused, and his crazy eyes couldn't help shrinking at this moment. This is impossible. Li Su was also not feeling well. Normally, he could hold on for half an hour with 1 breath, but now it was only 5 minutes, and his chest was about to explode. However, this was not the time to stop. He tried his best to circulate the last Arhat ki. 2 fingers, no form. The silent finger force instantly broke through the air and hit Li Hun's heart. Bang! The ki force collapsed. Although it was far less than the first finger, it was not something that a mortal body could withstand. The diameter from the chest to the heart was scorched. Seeing the other party's eyes lose their light and fall, Li Su's eyes blurred, and the man was gone. He tried to look in the direction of Ming Yulong and found that the other party was still fighting with the other two Zixia soldiers. Li Su's eyes went dark. Master, please don't cheat me. Chapter 45 The Angry Two. Yulong, you are a genius. Yulong, the future of Shanking Sect depends on you. Yulong, you said you have mastered the Supreme Induction Sutra. Oh my god, you are the pride of Shanking, the Zuanu of Shanking Sect. The poison in the body was discharged bit by bit. The Shanking key spread throughout her hands. Ming Yulong flicked, tapped, or knocked, and drove away the two Zixia soldiers who attacked her like flowing water. Even though her strength had not yet recovered, she undoubtedly showed her reputation as the pride of Shanking Sect. However, facing this scene, this girl who always loved to laugh still had an innocent and cute smile on her face. But at this moment, it was unexpectedly distorted. She may be very cute in her personality, but her inner self is completely another matter. Almost died. I almost died like that. Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced at the little monk who fell to the ground with blood after killing Li Hun, and who had once had some interest in his talent. Thinking of the sharp swordsmanship of the guy who fell down, it was nothing in the full victory period, but now she might be killed by a few swords. Ming Yulong bit her lips gently, and the blood did not stop flowing. She was saved. She realized that she was in a desperate situation, and was extremely desperate, and she was saved by someone younger than her. The genius of Shanking Sect? The pride of Shanking Sect? Like a clown making a fool of herself on the stage, Ming Yulong had a smile on her face, but she couldn't laugh in her heart, not at all. When did she become a weak person who needed protection to survive? Carelessness made her put herself in such a predicament. Weakness made her the object of being saved by others. Enough. Enough, right? Ming Yulong slowly raised her head, and an emotion called horror appeared in her big eyes. Ants, how much more do you want me to lose my composure? To what extent? Only then will you be satisfied. The delicate little hand gently grasped the sharp blades that the two people were chopping at. Ming Yulong gently, softly, showed an extremely gentle smile, and said in a voice that only the other party could hear, your internal organs must be very beautiful in color. The little hand loosened the blade, and the palms moved forward, gently, pressed on the chests of the two people, as if caressing. The two Zixia soldiers were shocked, stepped back 2 steps, leaned over and opened their mouths to vomit. The bright red blood, mixed with unknown lumps, poured all over the ground. After vomiting, the two people fell on the blood, without a breath. Looking at the blood on the ground, Ming Yulong carefully observed it for a while, and then showed the same smile on his face again. Gigi, you are finally alive. Master is right. When walking in the rivers and lakes, you should not be careless. With a clap of her little hands, Ming Yulong jumped to Zuan Khan's side, stretched out her delicate jade-like little hand, and gently pressed on his pulse. Soon, she exhaled, and her smile became sweeter. Little monk, I will remember you. Then Ming Yulong stood up, and ran directly to Zhu Jing, pressing his shoulder with his palm, and began to practice to help him expel the poison in his body. Asterisk 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 damn it. The ending that was originally easy to capture, turned out to be like this. Li Hun died, and the remaining two were also solved. Tuoba Xiang's anger was getting stronger and stronger. He was about to go crazy. If he hadn't been entangled by the monk in front of him at this moment, he would have wanted to catch all the men who felt good before, and kill them again. The more murderous he was in his heart, the more fierce his eagle claw kung fu became. When his hands were waving, the air seemed to be affected, and it made a piercing scream. Die, die, die! Exclamation mark. Angry and resentful, Tuoba Xiang attacked Monk Xianming frantically. Amitabha. Facing Tuoba Xiang's fierce attack, Monk Xianming remained as steady as a mountain, not retreating a single step between each move. The other party seemed very angry. According to Buddhist teachings, it seems that he should speak out at this time to resolve the situation. However, it is obvious that Monk Xianming has not thought about this question at all. There is only one question in his mind, asking himself, what are you doing, old monk? As a first-class master, as an elder of the young and backward present, as the master of Zuan Khan and others. Obviously, I should guide them, let them feel a little bit of difficulty, and gain sufficient experience in a safe enough situation. Recalling what he said before setting off, the promise to the abbot brother was also a promise to himself. Brother, don't worry, I will definitely bring them all back safely. Thinking of this, Monk Xianming's heart was about to break. If Zuan Khan hadn't discovered it, if Zuan Khan hadn't made a prompt decision, if Zuan Khan hadn't taken a strong action, if the little girl from Shanking sect hadn't resolved the toxins in her body. What kind of situation is this? What kind of ending will it be? Die helplessly? Despair, pain, regret. Tathagata Buddha, these are obviously things that he, as a master, should do. In the end, all of them were done by his apprentices and juniors. Not only that, when Zuan Khan stood up again, and stood in front of everyone to face the masters of Yipintang, and when Ming Yulan killed the last threat, Xianming found that he couldn't help but feel happy and relaxed twice. Oh my god. Is this the behavior that a master should have? Is this the mentality that an elder should have? Monk Xianming, although he is a monk, he is also a person, not to mention that Buddha also has fire. However, the fire of Buddha is somewhat different from that of ordinary people. The more angry you are, the calmer your heart is. The so-called holding great light to illuminate all living beings is called the Akala Vidyaraja. The anger that was dormant in the heart erupted like a volcano. Monk Xianming's face changed drastically for the first time, revealing an unprecedented anger. Angry face. The left hand was raised, and the thumb pressed the first knuckle of the index finger. The right hand fell, and the thumb also pressed the first knuckle of the index finger. In the space where the two fought in a flash, everything suddenly slowed down, except for the action of Monk Xianming. The Great Light Sutra, the three Roths of the Garbha realm. The first form, the immovable one hand, fell. There was no sound in the surroundings. The furious Tuoba Xiang's face suddenly changed, and he stretched out his hands, and the scorching true energy burst into a scorching high temperature. 9 turns equal strike. The body rotated in the void, and the claw marks were all over the sky. 9 claws rotated, and 9 rotated and turned. In one strike, there were a total of 81 claws. Bang! They collided with a loud bang, and the 3-foot space turned into another world. The terrible energy turned and strangled, and the sand, stone, smoke, and dust filled the sky. Ah! Damn it, damn it. Bull donkeys of Shaolin Temple, I, Tuoba Xiang, will remember you. Tuoba Xiang roared, and the next moment his figure soared into the air, and in an instant he headed towards the north, and soon disappeared. On his way out, red dots were visible. With a long breath, Monk Xianming quietly gathered his ki and quickly calmed himself down. Unexpectedly, because of this extreme anger, his power actually broke through. The Great Light Sutra, that had been stuck for a long time, also broke through the last line, and directly performed the immovable Lord, a move that he could never use when he was in Shaolin Temple. Although he thought about it, Monk Xianming's face was not happy at all. He immediately turned around and rushed towards everyone, and the first one was undoubtedly Zuan Khan. Chapter 46 survived. I don't know how long it took, but finally in the endless darkness, Li Su felt a light, and his consciousness began to fluctuate. Hiss. As soon as he woke up, he took a breath of cold air, and Li Su's face turned green. It hurts. Master Xianming, the little monk is awake. Junior brother, junior brother. Then, noisy voices rang out. I barely opened my eyes, but saw Xuanzi and others guarding the bed. But I survived. Taking a breath, Li Su wanted to get up, but the pain in his body became more severe as he moved. The feeling was like a steel needle piercing every nerve, and the gathered power instantly dissipated. Damn. Why does it hurt so much? I still have the memory of the battle. It was indeed a bit fierce, but it was just a collision between my hands and the opponent. Why did my whole body hurt afterwards? Don't move. The voice of Monk Xianming came over and said, even if you defend yourself, you are facing a real second-rate master. Even if the Vajra indestructible divine art is powerful, you have only mastered the first level. The damage still hits your body through a repeated accumulation. This time it can be said to be very dangerous. If it is a little later, it may not be him who dies, but you. Li Su was not surprised to hear this. In fact, he had already seen blood when he cut the first knife, but fortunately the cut was not severe, only breaking the skin. when facing the guy behind, although Lee Su was fighting head on with the opponent. In fact, his attacks were all horizontal, not head on, but opening the opponent's blade. But even so, his hands still suffered serious injuries. Suddenly, Lee Su had a spasm, but he stood up suddenly regardless of the pain, pushed Zhu and Ci aside, and vomited the next moment. Ugh. It was very tragic. It was obviously painful, but he just couldn't help it. Killing, yes, killing. At first, because he was nervous about his own life and didn't want to die, he ignored everything. But when he came to his senses, how could he still hold it back? He vomited until the sky was dark and the sun and moon were gone. Even though he knew that this was just a fragment of the world and the people in it were not real, they were just like NPCs in the game. But the flattened head, the sharp blade that passed through the hall, and the spurting blood undoubtedly told him that he had killed someone. How did those guys who traveled through time and killed people do it? After vomiting for a long time, it was actually just some water. His stomach was empty a long time ago, and he really couldn't vomit it out. In addition, his body was in too much pain, so Lee Su lay back and kept gasping for breath. Looking at Zhuangkang, Monk Xianming showed a look of heartache and relief on his face. Zhuangkang was naturally distressed because it was not a burden that a teenager should bear. The relief was that, although Zhuangkang killed someone, it did not mean that he had no feelings, which was good. People with normal values would not be indifferent to killing or death. Xianming said softly, Zhuangkang, you practice quietly. After your ki is restored, the severe pain in your body will gradually disappear. After a while, Lee Su calmed down. It was so painful that he suppressed his nausea. He couldn't help but turn his eyes and look at Monk Xianming. Severe pain in the whole body? What does that mean? Even if it's just the first level, the Vajra indestructible divine art can resist the blade slash head on without being destroyed. There are two reasons for this. 1. The ki is attached to the body. 2. The force is evenly distributed. Monk Xianming said, when the attack hits you, the force will be evenly distributed to all parts of your body. In other words, it seems that you are under the attack at one point, but in fact, no matter where you are slashed, the force will be evenly distributed to your whole body. This is why the Vajra body protection divine art is so powerful once it is successfully practiced, and it is difficult for even a second-rate master to cut it open with ordinary weapons. Well, feeling the unbearable pain on the inside of the big toe, Lee Su finally understood why he was in so much pain, and why these parts, that obviously had not collided with the opponent, could also hurt. However, it is really worthy of the divine level. All the blows will be evenly distributed by the whole body's energy. Damn, no wonder the Vajra indestructible god is so perverted. If the level is reached, doesn't it mean that the whole body is in the same position as a fist? If it is combined with the internal force of the Jiazi level, it will be a hammer. Fortunately, I'm the one who learned this skill. If I were to face someone with such a skill, I would really have a stomachash. Monk Xianming stood up and directly lifted Zhuangzi and said, okay, all of you go out, and let Zhuangkang have a good rest. Soon, everyone went out one after another. Zhuangzi, who was carried by Monk Xianming, went all the way to the door with a big smile on his face. Zhuangkang, I won't let you do this alone next time. Lee Su heard the words and curled his lips. Really? Then I'll wait and see. Listening to the sound of the door closing, he slowly closed his eyes. Although his whole body was in severe pain, since he was still alive, and seeing the master's expression was relatively relaxed, he should have entered Weizhou, which means that at least there is no danger for the time being. First, restore the true energy, and then find a way to solve the severe pain all over the body. Not only that, the second level of the Vajra indestructible divine art must be grasped and completed as soon as possible. This incident really made Lee Su's scalp numb and creepy. It was really just a little bit. If Monk Xianming drank the bowl of water, I'm afraid he, Lee Su, would really be dead. In the fragments of the world, once killed, you will really die, no joke. Practice. Lee Su quickly sank into it and began to circulate the Zhaoshan silently. Get stronger quickly. He didn't think about getting Jiazi's internal force in the deep mountains and old forests for decades and getting out easily. There is no chance, maybe in the next life. Strength, extremely strong strength, is the biggest capital to survive in the fragments of the world. I don't know how long it has been. The sound of breathing. With a little fragrance, it hit Lee Su's cheek, making people feel extremely comfortable. How to describe that fragrance? It was like musk, a little bit like clouds dissolving at the tip of the nose, and every breath could make the mind cool. Some kind of medicine? Lee Su was a little surprised. However, when he felt the breath evenly spit on his face, as if someone was breathing nearby, Lee Su's expression could not help but stiffen, and he slowly opened his eyes. What caught his eye was a pair of big eyes, playful and lively, with a little bit of unhappiness mixed in the joy, and then a melon seed face that people would never forget once they saw it, and at this moment it was a little chubby, not charming, but cute. Almost without asking, you know who its owner belongs to. Shanking Zuanv, Mingyu Lang. Of course, this is not the point. The point is the distance between the other person's nose and yourself. How close is it? If Lee Su turns his head, his nose should be able to touch the other person's nose, not the tip of the nose. So close, so close, so close. Lee Su quickly retreated tactically, and then immediately grinned in pain, but he did not dare to stop, but looked at the girl in front of him in a bit of panic. What's going on? It's understandable in the Tang dynasty. In the Song dynasty, shouldn't young girls like this be conservative? No, the evil ZHU era hasn't arrived yet. The temperament of Song women at this time should be quite similar to that of the Tang dynasty. But even so, what's wrong with this girl? She's too open, isn't she? Even among modern women, she should be considered a freak, right? Gigi. The girl laughed crisply and cheerfully. Little monk, when you get better, let's go out and play together. Lee Su widened his eyes. Is this girl asking him out? Asking a monk out. Chapter 47. Great increase in power. Mingyu Lang left, just as she came quietly, and soon ran out in a hurry. Ms. Ming, why are you in the junior brother's room? When did you go in? This was Zhuan Xi's voice. Although he was dragged out by the master, he did not leave, and stood guard at the door. Gigi, just now, the little monk and I agreed to go out and play together. Mingyu Lang said generously. Just now went in? Zhuan Xi was stunned. Gigi, I'm leaving. After a moment, Zhuanxi finally reacted and shouted, Master, Master, Miss Ming just ran out of my junior brother's room and agreed with my junior brother to go out and play together. After a while, the old monk who left came in and looked at Lee Su silently. After a long time, he said earnestly, Zuankang, you have always been the most sensible, but I still have to remind you of the evil sexual precepts in the rules and regulations of our sect. I will focus on this. Monks must abstain from sexual intercourse at all. Remember not to break the precepts. Listening to the master's worried words, Lee Su's liver hurt for a while. He rolled his eyes at the old monk Xian Ming in annoyance. Love? Only a psychopath would fall in love, right? This is a fragment of the world, okay? Once the story ends, he will leave this world. How could he fall in love with someone? Speechlessly staring at the monk Xian Ming, Lee Su closed his eyes. Practicing and solving the pain in his body were his top priorities at this moment. Monk Xian Ming was stunned and touched his head awkwardly. It seems that I was stared at by my apprentice, right? Indeed. Recalling Zuankang's practice, he was serious about Buddhism, not to mention martial arts. He never missed a morning class, and his martial arts were very advanced, but he didn't have the restlessness of Zuansheng and the others. This in itself proved a lot of things. Well, Lee Su was very afraid of death, and he didn't want to die from being possessed by the devil. Every time he chanted the sutra, he would devote himself to it wholeheartedly, cleanse himself through Zen chanting, and let his mind be clear. Therefore, Lee Su may not have learned Buddhism deeply, but his state of mind is not bad. After all, whether it is Buddha or Taoism, the pursuit is almost the same. Chicken soup. Just drink a few more bowls. Alas, Amitabha, sin. Monk Xian Ming sighed and felt a little guilty for his behavior, but there was nothing he could do, right? After all, Shaolin Temple had never had such a thing, so he was confused for a while. Well, although it is a bit sad to say this, young geniuses are basically isolated from Shaolin Temple. Indeed, Zuansheng can be considered a genius, but an obvious problem is that he doesn't look good. Master, are you polite? This person, even in this world of martial arts, the strong are respected. But appearance, I have to say, is also very important. This point, everyone can see it from the title. Ming Yulong, Shanking Zuanv, taken from Zuan Huangdi, Jiushan Zuanv, Li Qingkong, Bai Buddhist, Bai, people without a little temperament really can't control it. If this person is ugly, do you think he will have this title? Then talk about the famous figures in history, the Phoenix and Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Because he is ugly, no family wants him, and Liu Bei gave him an official position, because of the recommendation letter. Phoenix, are you polite? So, in the team that came out this time, Zhuangzi is okay. After all, he kidnapped Jian Yang, so he still has some capital. Apart from him, from Zuansheng to Zuanan, they are either honest or dull. Zuanji and the others all look silly, just like the farmers who work day and night in the land. They are not ugly, but they can't make a fart for a long time, so they don't have to worry about it. Only Zuankang is different. He was quite handsome before, and after he mastered the arrogant skill, he became amazing. He is tall, 1.75 meters tall at the age of 14, and at least 1.89 meters tall when he is an adult. It feels safe. Sword eyebrows and star eyes, don't say, especially those eyes, because the skill is getting deeper and deeper. The eyes are simple, people can't help but look at them again and again. Not to mention the temperament, the special state of mind makes him full of reassuring breath, and people can't help but want to get close. After all, he is a Buddhist, giving people a sense of transcendence, and he is located in the world, which makes him unique. Now, with extraordinary talent, he has mastered the Shaolin Temple's peerless magic at a young age, and he is indestructible. Damn, how can a girl from the rivers and lakes resist such temptation? That is to say, because of the war between Song and Xia, there are not many girls now. If Zuan Khan can show his appearance at the martial arts conference, he, Zujing, the bluebird of Dian Kang, didn't come. The old monk didn't forget that he looked at the unconscious Zuan Khan with his eyes. You said you have good talent, so what's the point of being so good looking? What if he is given a title like Jade-Faced Divine Monk? TSK, for the sake of Shaolin Temple's century-old reputation, this matter is over. Zuan Khan will not be allowed to go down the mountain in the future. Monk Xianming took a deep breath, turned around and walked out of the wing room. Finally, he got quiet, and Li Su began to adjust his breathing, and entered a state of meditation. Afternoon. The true energy was basically full, and he began to repair his body. The situation was worse than expected. The battle itself was not the best time for his body. Not only was he very tired after 2 days and 3 nights of traveling, but the battle of more than 5 minutes directly beat him to exhaustion. When he fainted, his true energy was also dry. When the key recovered, Li Su immediately found that there were lumps of things piled up in his body, almost covering every corner of his body, and the pain that made him twitch also came from these. Using his power, Li Su let the key rush to these lumps and disperse them. From morning until nightfall, he combed his whole body. After combing, a look of surprise appeared on Li Su's face. His internal strength increased. It has increased more than 1 circle, almost reaching the amount he practiced for a year before. This is undoubtedly shocking. Li Su's 1-year power is completely different from that of ordinary martial artists. The Arhat key itself is of high quality, and the amount of a whole year can be said to be very scary. Is it the great terror between life and death? Although Li Su was shocked by such a dramatic increase in the amount of ki, he was not surprised. After all, when they left Shaolin Temple, they all took a Dahuandan, and the medicinal power in it was basically hidden in the body, and was being absorbed into their own ki bit by bit. It should be that death fight, the strong desire to survive stimulated the body, causing this series of changes. If it happens a few more times, the medicinal power of the Great Huandan should be completely absorbed by him, and turned into true ki, right? Pa. The moment the thought fell, Li Su couldn't help spitting, and threw the thought directly into the trash can. That kind of battle, 1 time is enough, a few more times? The sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn. Well, the progress of the Vajra indestructible divine art is not bad. The second level of cultivation has also become much easier, which should be related to the increase in the strength of true ki. According to the current situation, the second level of cultivation should be completed in 1 month at the latest. This is not bad, very good. Although Lee Su relied mainly on the external force generated by the first level in the battle with the Xixa man, he actually felt the effect of the second level. During the battle, the opponent's knife force still had a trace of penetration through the external force defense. Even though Lee Su's tendons and veins were very tough, because of the Ahad's true ki, and the Ahad's true ki itself squeezed out and expelled a part, there was still a little bit that reached the internal organs, but was blocked by the second level of ki. If not, Lee Su would not be able to hold on until the opponent's ki was exhausted first, and he would fall down first due to the damage to his internal organs. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su stopped practicing the Vajra indestructible divine art, stood up, and walked out of the wing room. I'm hungry. He hadn't eaten anything before, and he didn't know how long he had been unconscious. He lay in bed for a whole day to repair his body. If it weren't for the power of the great Huandan in his body, he would probably have starved to death. There should be food at this point. When he opened the door, he heard a lot of noisy sounds. Footsteps, voices, and horns. Dang, dang, dang. The gongs and drums were struck quickly, and the dense footsteps like raindrops continued to spread. Lee Su was stunned. What was going on? Bang, bang, bang. Zhu and Ci, who hadn't been seen for more than a day, ran over, looking a little flustered. When he saw Lee Su, he immediately shouted, "Oh no, Zhu and Kong, the Xixa army has passed Liupan Mountain, and is heading towards Weizhou." Lee Su took a deep breath and his face turned a little dark. Damn it, are you not going to let him be quiet? Chapter 48, a good situation, but failed. Biting the steamed buns in big mouthfuls, as if he was chewing Xixa, Lee Su bulged his eyes and gobbled the food in front of him at a speed of whirlwind. After a full meal, Lee Su let out a long breath, turned to look at Zhuanxi, took out a charcoal pencil and wrote, "The Song dynasty was defeated." Zhuanxi nodded, his face full of tension. Covering his head, Lee Su sighed to the sky. What the hell is this? Monk Xianming brought them to Weizhou, and it has been 5 days. Lee Su was in a coma for 4 days and 4 nights before waking up. After receiving the intelligence, Weizhou immediately dispatched troops to implement the plan to encircle and kill Xixa. I thought that this time I could catch Xixa off guard and make them unable to invade the Song dynasty in the next few decades. The idea is very good. As for the ability to act, I have to say, it's scum. The person leading the troops is a guy named Jehuamin. He is not strong enough, but he is ambitious and eager to show off. He was clearly told that, after going to Liupan Mountain, he would immediately organize the army to deploy defenses and cut off the enemy's way south. This bastard listened to the arrangements at first. After the battle, he won 2 small victories and immediately swelled up. Seeing the rear of the Xixa army, he waved his hand without thinking and chased after them with his troops. What a guy. Under normal circumstances, the ratio of casualties between the Song army and the Xixa army is about 1 to 3. 1 to 1 basically can only be fought after sufficient defensive buildings are built. In this case, this guy actually led a force of more than 10,000 people to chase and kill as many as 30,000 Xixa soldiers for a full 10 miles, and plunged into the pit prepared for him by the other side. The casualties were 1 to 3, 10,000 against 30,000. Who gave him the courage? How could he swell to such an extent? The generals were incompetent and exhausted the army. Listening to Zhu and Ci's news, Lee Su intuitively felt the power of this sentence for the first time. A full 10,000 people. 10,000 people. Only a few hundred ran back. Almost the entire army was wiped out. No wonder the Song army's combat effectiveness has been declining over time. The leaders are all such idiots. Only a lunatic would fight to the death. That guy not only killed his troops, but also himself. Weizhou General Wang Yan was so angry that his 3 corpses jumped up and down, smashing several tables, wishing to kill the other party. By the way, it seems that the last battle was also like this, but the general was a civil official that time. Civil officials after the Tang dynasty basically have high ambitions and orchids. As soon as they arrived at the scene, they were like Zhao. This time, this guy's not only a military officer, but also a general. His father was also a famous general. It can be said that there is a legacy. This is fucked up. In the era of wolves, the Song dynasty obviously treated military generals as pigs. Compared with the destruction of the country and the destruction of the family, they are more afraid of internal rebellion. What kind of mentality is this? I don't know what Li Su of the Song dynasty in history looked like. The Song dynasty in Qianlong is really a sparrow looking for a cow, and the sparrow eats the cow. What should we do now? Zhu and Ci said, we can only defend and wait for help from all directions. Li Su took a breath. He really wanted to go to the master immediately. Can we retreat? However, he held back. Even if it is said that martial artists are not under the management of the court, it is obvious that the Weizhou government will not let anyone out of the city during this period. The defeat itself has made people panic. The city gates were immediately put under martial law and no one was allowed to go out. Once someone escapes, it will undoubtedly easily trigger a chain reaction. Not to mention, it is estimated that the master will not leave. After all, those who are in the martial arts world have to save face. Asterisk 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 brother Xiangxing, if Weizhou cannot be defended, you can take Zuankang away. In the monk Xianming's room, the monk Xianming suddenly spoke. The great advantage was completely ruined by the government. If the monk Xianming said that there was no fluctuation in his heart, the Buddha would not believe it. Therefore, facing such a situation, he was not only a little pessimistic. Monk Xiangxing came with the team. He did not take action in the previous battle, mainly because Zuankang blocked it so beautifully. He wanted to take action several times, but Zuankang resolved the crisis very well. After a while, Monk Xiangxing simply did not move. After all, he was originally a secret protection, and he would try not to expose himself if he could. Oh, I know. Monk Xiangxing, who was the most irritable among the few people, was unexpectedly calm at this moment. Although he knew that the military of the Song dynasty was very fucked up, he did not expect it to be so fucked up. When the general set out, he looked so heroic and high-spirited that he thought he was a famous general, but he turned out to be a straw bag. Not only that, what shattered Monk Xiangxing's three views was Wang Yan, the general of Weizhou. Maybe everyone thinks that the failure this time was caused by the guy named Jen. No, Wang Yan, the general of Weizhou, at least took half of the responsibility. After all, what kind of mentality would let a guy with no independent combat experience be responsible for such an important war? Or as a commander? Do you think he smashed the table because he was angry that Jehuaomen's failure led to the sacrifice of the Song army and the failure of the original strategic plan? It's not that simple. He has joint responsibility for this appointment, and the court should not be held responsible. If Jehuaomen dies, so who will be unlucky? Jehuaomen's defeat not only wasted a great opportunity, but also made these martial artists completely lose confidence in the Song army. Monk Xianming and his men were very clear about the movement outside. The tension was nothing but panic and confusion. The land and population are several times that of the other side, but they have never won once. Ridiculous or not? Asterisk 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 near Liupan Mountain, Dingchuan village, Zixia soldiers arresting. A huge victory has established the momentum of Zixia soldiers. The soldiers laughed and ate and drank the supplies looted from the land of the Song dynasty. From time to time, they could hear miserable cries for help and the bait of crying. At this moment, in a side tent somewhere, there were 3 people sitting inside. One of them was of burly build, with a ferocious face and a pair of eagle eyes full of hostility. He was Tuoba Xiang, and he was extremely angry at the moment because he failed to snipe Monk Xianming. At the moment, he was holding a girl with blood on her chest, which was obviously missing a large part. The girl had lost her breath, but he was chewing with blood on his face. Beside him was a man who was difficult to describe. His hair was curly like worms. His eyes were the most special triangular eyes, and the color of his pupils was different from that of ordinary people, which was green. His name was Du Lang, one of the 3 leaders of Zixia Yipintang. He glanced at the other party with disgust. Tuoba Xiang, when will you correct this bad habit of yours? The stalls are ruined. Instead, he felt sorry for the blanket on the ground. Tuoba Xiang touched his head, his eyes turned, and shook his head. The man waved and said, "Come on, drag the body down, and feed it to my little cutie." Soon, a tall Zixia soldier came in, picked up the body on the ground, and dragged it out like an animal. At this time, the only one among the three who did not move at all, who was very short, could not tell the gender, had a ghost face on his face, and the aura was definitely the strongest. He knocked on the table in front of him, revealing his hands hidden under his clothes. It was a pair of tender white hands, like a baby. With his movements, even to Obazian, who loved to eat people, showed a trace of incomparable fear on his face. Zixa Yipintang, there are 3 masters of the first class realm, all in this room. To Obazian, needless to say, Dulang is also a ruthless person, but the two dare not despise the person in front of them. This person, as soon as he joined Yipintang, was directly appointed as one of the 3 leaders, and among the 3 of them, he did not say anything, and he had to be the leader when he spoke, which naturally caused a lot of dissatisfaction. He grabbed the hearts of 3 second-rate and more than 20 third-rate people from Yipintang. Of course, this is not surprising. As one of the 3 leaders, the 2 of them are even more cruel. But a very scary problem is that the 2 of them did not see the process at all. It was clearly happening in front of them. When they reacted, more than 20 fresh hearts were already in front of them. Even though this incident happened a long time ago, they had just entered the first-rate level at that time, and now their strength has become more and more superb. They are still extremely afraid of him. He can take on a second-rate master's blow with a knife head on with bare hands. There are only a handful of martial arts in the central plains that can do this. Shanking Zuanayu Hand and Shaolin Indestructible Skill have this ability. However, he can master this top-level martial arts in his genes. I thought that the Shaolin Temple, the leader in the martial arts world, was just a name only. Now it seems that its depth is unfathomable. And that young girl who can rely on her inner strength to release the soft muscle powder. I didn't expect that more than 10 years later, the Shanking School would have cultivated such a genius. The voice was very special. It did not come from the face or mouth, but echoed directly around. It was hoarse and old, sharp, and noisy, like a machine, without any emotion. To Obazian, the only martial artist who came to Weizhou this time was the monk Shanming. Yes. That is to say, there are only 2 first-rate ones in Weizhou City at most. To Obazian, aren't you very angry? I will let General Mei Zhang attack the city. How about you bring back the heads of these 2 men? Really? To Obazian had an ecstatic look on his face, and he couldn't help laughing. Okay. He showed an extremely cruel smile on his face about the 2 little monks and the girl who caused the overall collapse of the plan, especially the girl. The 2-legged sheep of the Song dynasty are delicious, and with kung fu, the other party must be even more top-notch, right? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49, Enemy at the Gate. In the wing room, Li Su, who had recovered, immediately began to practice. Facing the upcoming battle, the only way to save his life is to seize the time to become stronger. In fact, after Li Su finished his meal, Zhuan Xi also returned to his wing room and began to practice. Breathing. The first and second levels of the Vajra Indestructible Divine Art were running along with the rhythm of Li Su's continuous breathing. Not only did Li Su no longer feel difficult to run the second level, in fact, he could already alternate between the first and second levels. From the first level to the 5th level, the Vajra Indestructible Divine Art is run through the circulation of the body and breathing. Its difficulty is not just difficult to practice. In fact, it has to be alternated, which is undoubtedly more difficult. From the second level of the Vajra Indestructible Divine Art, every time you practice a level, you have to connect it with the previous level. The circulation of the body is spontaneous between breathing, and the strength is endless, so that the body is absolutely indestructible. This is not a simple alternation, but the 2 levels are opened during breathing, and both strengths are generated in the body, thus creating a superposition, making the defense stronger. Originally, this should not be something that Li Su could get involved in at the moment. He needed to wait until the second level was completed, and his body had completely adapted to the breathing method of the second level, before he could start trying. Although he was reluctant to say so, actual combat was really the best embodiment of the application of the technique itself. The fight with Li Han might have been shocking to Wang Jiantang and others, for the Vajra indestructible divine art, and for Li Su's cultivation of the Vajra indestructible divine art. But for Li Su, it was not. It was really an extremely dangerous, possibly fatal battle. At that moment, every nerve of Li Su was stretched to the limit. The 175% comprehension that came from the world's bonus broke out for the first time. He did not give in. Every second counted, without any respite, for a full 5 minutes. 300 seconds of death battle. In Li Su's eyes, it was like a player, flashing before his eyes frame by frame. Every knife was aimed at his vitals, and every knife was like the last moment. The pressure exerted on Li Su was so great that his blood almost boiled, and his spirit was tense to an unprecedented level. Under the strong desire to survive, Li Su almost dispelled all the distractions in his mind, leaving only the fighting intuition that was like an instinct. Luohan Fist, Mayan Palm, and even Vajra Palm, dragon capturing skill, which Li Su had only seen, were all connected and displayed by him at that moment. At that time, the urgency was so severe that Li Su did not even have the energy to watch things like the revolving lantern. All his thinking abilities were used to deal with Li Han's knife. It must be said that Li Su's luck was quite good. Li Han's strength was not good enough, and the pressure on him just reached that limit. It can be said that if Li Han was stronger, he would definitely die because he could not bear it. And if Li Han was weaker, he would definitely die because the pressure was not enough to make him go all out and enter that state of certain death. Therefore, under the extreme and crazy pressure, the mind was in an almost absolute instinct. The trace of true ki that Li Han finally broke through, even if it fell on the 5 internal organs, would only cause a few capillary level damage, which severely stimulated Li Su's instinct. The alternation of breathing between the 2 levels was taken out in an instant and succeeded. Therefore, whether it was skill or technique, the surviving Li Su made a huge breakthrough. In fact, compared with the increase in skill in 1 year, this experience under pressure was the biggest gain for Li Su in that battle, although he didn't like it at all, and didn't want it, and if possible, he would never have the next time. Thinking about it, the benefits are still real. Especially Li Su's current situation, which should not have happened, and could not have happened. However, his state at this moment is undoubtedly equivalent to the 2-level success of the Vajra indestructible divine art, and he has also learned to alternate. What does this mean? It means that the pot is already heated, the oil is ready, and all that's left is to put the vegetables in the pot to fry. In fact, just like this, Li Su will not make much progress. After all, no matter how well prepared, it's useless without vegetables. But when he came out of Shaolin Temple, he ate a dahuandan. It was a dahuandan that could increase his strength by 10 years, and most of its medicinal properties were lurking in his cells. What does this mean? It means that there is a pot and there are dishes. Immediately, the Vajra indestructible divine art, which was originally very difficult to practice, especially from the 2nd level, which not only requires talent, but also requires extremely high true energy, seemed to be tied to a rocket and strung together in a whoosh. With the 2 levels of skills constantly alternating, Li Su could clearly feel that his progress in the Vajra indestructible divine art was accelerating. The external strength was getting stronger, and the internal strength was also rapidly increasing. With the alternation of these 2 forces in the body, the medicinal power of the dahuandan absorbed by the cells was absorbed by him at an unprecedented speed, and converted into more true energy. It reached the point where it only took a few short breaths to be almost equivalent to a whole day of practice before. How amazing and how terrifying is this? But none of this matters. What is important is that Li Su is gradually and rapidly narrowing the gap between him and the real second-rate masters. It is not about skills or experience, but about the gap in the amount of skills that cannot be broken and must be accumulated slowly over time, gradually moving towards 10 years of skills. Although, in the real world, skills are calculated in Jazi. People who have entered the world fragments 7 times even have several Jazi, hundreds of years of skills. But this does not mean that 10 years of skills are bad. In the world fragments, skills, 10, 20, 30 years are all insurmountable distances. For second-rate masters, Zhaoshan is the standard, and 10 years of skills is the threshold for advancement. Although people who have reached 10 years of internal strength are not necessarily at the peak of the second rate, the peak of the second rate basically have more than 10 years of skills. Miringbo, Wang Jiantong, Wang Jianglong, and even Ming Yulong, these young geniuses, are all at this threshold. Li Su has been practicing martial arts for more than 4 years, and he is still practicing high quality Ahad Ki. With the continuous practice of Vajra indestructible divine art, he has further transformed into top quality Vajra indestructible Ki. Once he completes the 10-year period, he will definitely usher in a huge transformation, and even be able to fight with the first class. Perhaps, some people will say that this is too fast. Too fast, it's only been a few years. No, it's not fast. Apart from other things, Li Su was born in a famous and upright family. The trilogy of Ahad Fist, Ahad Divine Art, and Vajra Indestructible Divine Art is even more step by step, one link after another, plus his terrible world talent bonus. This is equivalent to Zhao Feng picking up the North Sea Divine Art. In addition to internal strength, Li Su has laid the foundation from the beginning, to aim for the first class. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. While Li Su continued to practice and improve, the others who also experienced the battle 5 days ago naturally did not stop. Lying on the ground, he could only wait for the judgment to come in despair. Even if it was only for a while, the taste was still unforgettable enough. After entering Weizhou City, Wang Jiantong and Zhu Jing began to practice frantically. After Zhu and Kang woke up, Zhu and Cheng and the others also entered into intense practice. Not to mention the skills, there were many battles. When Li Su was sitting and eating, the sound of fists and feet in the small courtyard behind the inn was unstoppable. If it weren't for their special status and advance notice, the government would have come to the door long ago. After all, the noise was too loud. Especially Zhu Jing and Wang Jiantong, with 2 swords, they fought like dozens of people fighting. As for Ming Yulong, who had a date with Li Su, she did not practice or fight. Since she came to Weizhou, she sat on the roof of the inn every day, looking into the distance, without saying a word. Except for the time when Li Su came down. When she woke up, she did not leave the roof, but just sat on the roof quietly looking at the sky. The martial artists were nervous, and the soldiers and civilians in Weizhou were undoubtedly more nervous. As time passed, the time of the entire city seemed to be frozen. Every second that passed was so heavy, filled with unspeakable depression. Finally, 4 days later, woo, a horn that did not belong to the central plain sounded. Boom, boom, boom. The footsteps that seemed to trample the heaven and earth sounded. Outside Weizhou City, a large black mass of people, as if there was no end in sight, came with boundless power. As if sensing something, at this moment, a gust of wind whistled between heaven and earth, and the dark clouds above the head began to sink a little bit, and the whole land was so heavy that it made people breathless. The Western Zaire Army, the troops are at the gates of the city. Chapter 50 Preparation. Dark clouds are pressing down on the city, and the city is about to be destroyed. With the arrival of the Zixia army and the battle formation, Weizhou has entered an unprecedented high tension. Whether it is the army or the people, the air seems to be trembling. Feeling the atmosphere in Weizhou City, Li Su's eyelids jumped. Damn, no way, no way. It hasn't started yet, and it's so nervous. If the war really starts, will these guys still have the strength? To be honest, there are about 15,000 troops and 80,000 residents in Weizhou City now. And Weizhou City is not a small city. At the windbreak for Jingzhou Prefecture, it was built very large. The height of the city wall alone is more than 2 zang, and the moat is nearly 3 zang. Don't think that 3 zang is low. 1 zang in the Song dynasty is more than 3 meters, and 3 zang is 9 meters. 9 meters is equivalent to a 3-story bungalow. In Zixia, where the average height is less than 1.7 meters, it takes 7 people to step on their shoulders to touch the wall rock. This kind of siege war, even if the Song army is weak, can still achieve a 1-to-3 ratio. If Zixia wants to break in, it must have at least 100,000 troops to have a slight possibility, and it will take a long time, even until the city is short of food. In other words, under normal circumstances, Zixia will never be able to capture Weizhou City. But looking at the atmosphere in Weizhou City at this moment, Li Su felt a little scalp numb and frightened. But fortunately, in the eyes of the Song people, the Zixia army is very brutal. After all, it is not a big country, with only so many people, and fighting depends on cruelty. It is said that success is cruelty, and failure is also cruelty. Almost the Song side will not surrender. Not that they can't, but they dare not. Because once the Zixia soldiers win, they will not accept surrender, but will only massacre the city. Therefore, even if they are very scared, the soldiers and civilians have a high degree of thinking. Stop it, and stop it anyway. Asterisk 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 at this moment, the Zixia camp. The leader of the army was Emozang Shikai, the son of Emozang Epeng, the brother of the favorite concubine of Li Yuanhao, the king of Western Xia, and a powerful official. Emozang Shikai frowned. His face was a little gloomy. He didn't intend to attack the city. But he didn't expect that Yipintang asked him to attack the city. Yipintang is a special department personally established by His Majesty Li Yuanhao. There are not many people, but the individual strength is extremely strong. They are best at infiltration and beheading. Because it belongs only to Li Yuanhao, Emozang Shikai has no right to intervene. Originally, the two sides did not interfere with each other, but they didn't expect that the other side suddenly brought Li Yuanhao's imperial order. As a general of the army, he knew the difficulty of Weizhou City very well. With the troops he brought, it was absolutely impossible to capture Weizhou. There were not enough people, and not enough time. Originally, he was at the gate of the city, just to pretend to make the Song dynasty Kaifeng feel threatened. Weizhou is only one city away from Jingzhou Prefecture, and Jingzhou Prefecture is only one talisman away from Kaifeng. With the timid nature of the emperor of the Song dynasty, although it was a pity that no troops were sent to Jingzhou Prefecture, it was enough for the strategy to come here. The subsequent negotiations were very favorable to Zixia. Therefore, when he came to Weizhou, he had actually begun to think about retreating. After thinking about the current situation of the Song dynasty for a while, Meizang Shikai looked at the masked man holding the imperial order, who was 1.23 meters tall, and said, "It's okay to attack the city, but it will take at most 2 days. If it can't be taken down in 2 days, I will transfer the army. It won't take that long, just once. Yipintang will cooperate with the soldiers to attack the city and find an opportunity to break through the city wall and open the city gate." Meizang Shikai's expression moved. Yipintang also went out to directly participate in the war. Although he had not seen it a few times, he also knew the skills and strength of the people in Yipintang. If they were the vanguard of the death squad, Weizhou might really have a little chance. Don't even think about it 100%. There were also masters from the Song dynasty in the Zixia Yipintang. Although they were not under the command of the imperial court, they would appear whenever a war broke out. This time, it seemed that the group of masters passed on the news. Otherwise the Song dynasty would not have reacted so quickly, and the previous battle would have been easier. As a result, although nearly 10,000 Song soldiers were killed, the losses were not small, with less than 800 dead and more than 1,000 injured. Fortunately, the leader was stupid enough to break out instead of defending, after falling into the trap. Otherwise, it would not be 2,000 casualties, but more than 2,000 deaths. Meizang Shichi nodded and said, "I will have people prepare siege equipment and launch an offensive at Shen time tomorrow, targeting the west and south gates at the same time, with the west gate as the main focus. At the same time, I will prepare a team of 5,000 people at the north gate to launch an offensive at the beginning of the day. You also send people to cooperate in the attack. At the second quarter of the day, I will send the night battle department to attack the east gate and organize 3,000 cavalry to wait outside." The eyes of the short figure moved. It must be said that he looked down on the martial arts of the person in front of him. The weak one was not worth mentioning, but there were still commendable aspects in military strategy. Attacking 2 gates will naturally reduce the defense of the other 2 gates, but the opponent's generals will also be wary of sneak attacks on the other 2 sides. Attacking the north gate at the beginning of the day, the opponent will definitely think that this is the real target. Once they defend it with all their strength, they will relax their minds. A sudden attack on the east gate will undoubtedly catch them off guard. The east gate is behind the Ziksha army formation, and it is a position of surrounding 3 and letting 1 go. Under normal circumstances, they will not launch an attack here, so most of the civilians in the city gather here, in case they cannot defend and retreat. Okay, I will send someone to cooperate with you. Asterisk 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 inside Weishao City. Wang Yan frowned, and as time passed, his expression became more solemn and puzzled. Just now, the guard sent news that the Ziksha army was cutting wood, and this behavior undoubtedly shocked him greatly. Siege war? What is the Ziksha thinking? Do they think they can break in? Even if the Song army is weak, the Ziksha will suffer a terrible loss of 3-1 in a flat battle. But in the case of city battles and street battles, the losses in a big city, like Weishao, will be reversed, and as for street battles, the lowest is 1-2. If we really want to start a war, what will happen if we take it down? How many Ziksha soldiers can be saved? There are only 30,000 people, and we should not launch a city battle at all. But the other side did it. Cutting wood was obviously a preparation for the siege. He was not Jehualiman, who had a lot of experience. As long as the city was well defended, Weishao City would never be breached within a month. And it was obvious that it would take no more than a month, at most 5 days, for the Song army to arrive. Planning to take the enemy by surprise? Or was there a way to directly break into the city? Wang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. He was not stupid and instantly considered many possibilities. Someone come. Yes. Send someone to invite Master Xianming over. I suspect that the people from the Ziksha Yipintang will be mixed in the Ziksha siege this time. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.